got yarn problems. Hang on, y'all. Sorry. Hey guys. I hope everybody had a great lunch. Um, I do that all the time, Wiggles. All the time. I am sorry. My computer did that thing it does where I open another window and it pauses the other window. It's not supposed to do that, but it did it again. And so court was back, and I didn't think they were back yet, but they were back. But anyway, we're not going to miss anything, so don't worry about it. I got a comment from someone who has been watching this trial, apparently. And they left a very rude comment that they were taught at a very early age that chewing gum while talking was rude and ill-mannered, so they would get the information on this trial somewhere else. So, since you guys, there's only 2 of you in here. Well, there should be 3, because I'm watching myself, too. It says 2. I know Judy and Wiggles are in here. Anyway, whatever. I'm pissed right now. I chew gum because I did not explain this to the rude person that made the comment. I started to, and I said, no, I don't have to explain myself to anybody. But since you guys are members, if you're distracted by my gum chewing, I will stop because you're members. Not some random Joe Schmo who just happened to pop into my stream. But my response to her was, that sounds like a you problem. There's plenty of other places you can watch. But I started, and if you've been with me a long time, you know that this is a new thing, because I didn't do it before. I ate sunflower seeds before. Do you remember I used to eat sunflower seeds all the time? And I wasn't losing weight. I'm stuck right now. You guys know I just lost between 50 and 70 pounds, somewhere in there. I'm not exactly sure how much I've lost now. I was eating sunflower seeds, so I wouldn't go eat a bunch of junk. I was eating sunflower seeds all the time. And I wasn't losing weight, and when I went to the doctor, I talked to the nutritionist, and they said to stop the sunflower seeds and to chew sugar-free gum. So I switched from the sunflower seeds to the gum. If the chewing gum distracts y'all, I will stop. For my members. Not because of this rude person. For my members. So if that bothers y'all, I'll stop. So let me know. Okay. So back to the trial.
Didn't notice.
And I'm still not losing weight. The gum's not helping, but Brian, dang it. I'm stuck. I don't hardly eat anything. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I'm not eating enough. I don't know. But I'm stuck, dang it.
All right, we can bring the jury in.
My body just wants to be this weight. I don't know. But you guys know I'm not a gum chewer. I didn't chew gum before. That's scary. This is new. I just started doing this, and then someone has to make a rude comment about it. I'm I'm surprised my TMJ hasn't acted up. That's why I don't chew gum, because I have TMJ really bad. I am amazed it hasn't started up yet. Watch, now that I've said something. And I do catch myself going sometimes too close to the microphone, and I'm like, oh, I gotta back up. That's too loud.
All right, everyone, please be seated and please call the next witness.
Cameron Nelson.
Why isn't mom and dad sitting together? Are they divorced or something? Like, I would expect mom and dad, unless they're divorced, I would expect mom and dad to be sitting together.
Good afternoon. Before you have a seat, please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated.
Would you state your name, please?
Cameron Nelson,
How do you spell Cameron?
Cameron,
Where do you live?
in Williamsburg, Virginia.
Did you travel here from Williamsburg, Virginia for this trial?
I did not. During the week for work, I live in Falls Church, Virginia.
How long have you been living there?
In Falls Church
Yes.
since January 2025.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed as an attorney for the Defense Health Agency
And how long have you been working with that agency?
since February of 2022.
And what is the mission of that agency?
The Defense Health Agency administers the military health system, taking care of the beneficiaries of active duty, retired, and reserve members of the armed forces.
You married?
I am, yes, sir.
What's your husband's name?
His name is Benjamin Gray Nelson II.
What does he go by?
He goes by Gray.
How is he employed?
He's employed with his own businesses. He owns restaurants.
Why does it matter?
Which type of restaurant?
Mellow Mushroom Pizza Bakers.
Okay. How many does he own?
3.
Where?
In Charlottesville, Virginia, Williamsburg, Virginia, and Newport News, Virginia.
They're having trouble hearing
Closer.
you. If you could position yourself closer.
Can you tap your microphone, make sure it's working?
Okay, thank you.
Did you serve in the military?
Yes, sir, I did.
What branch?
In the Navy.
And what was your military occupational specialty?
I started as a nurse corps officer where I practiced oncology and medical surgical nursing, and then later switched to the District Advocate General's Corps where I practiced as an attorney.
How long did you serve in the Navy?
20 years active with total 24, including reserve time.
Did you retire
Yes, sir, I did.
in good standing?
Yes, sir.
What was your rank when you left the Navy?
Commander.
Can you see the defendant in this case, Nicholas Kassotis, from where you're seated?
Yes, I can.
How do you know him?
Nick and I met at Naval Justice School in 2008 when he was attending the basic lawyer course.
And what was your job and what was his job while you were at the Naval Justice School?
After he finished that course, he reported to Naval Legal Service Office Mid-Atlantic where we were both stationed until I departed in 2009.
What happened to you personally around 2009?
In February of 2009, I was diagnosed with cancer for the first time, and I was scheduled to deploy aboard the USNS Comfort, which is one of 2 hospital ships. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to go on that deployment because of that diagnosis.
And when the defendant learned that you had been deployed, what, if anything, did he do?
He took that deployment for me. In fact, the same day that I reported to the command to let them know the diagnosis, Nick immediately volunteered to take that deployment so that I could focus on treatment.
What was your relationship like with the defendant during that period of time?
It was good. We became friends. We worked together, socialized together, both with our colleagues and their spouses as well.
And how long was that deployment on the U.S. NF Comfort?
It was approximately 5 months.
And where was the deployment?
Central America, South America, and the Caribbean.
At some point during your career, were you ever stationed at the Pentagon?
Yes, sir, I was.
From when to when?
The first time from 2011 to 2014, and the second time after a postgraduate degree, I came back from 2015 to 16.
And what kind of work did you do while you were at the Pentagon?
The first time I was the flag aide for the Judge Advocate General of the Navy and also worked for the Chief of Naval Operations as a deputy legal counsel. The second time I was temporarily assigned to the Office of the Judge Advocate General Code 18, which did cyber law, as well as the Department of Defense Office of General Counsel for Intelligence.
During the time that the Navy was stationed at the Pentagon,
Yes, it was.
and what was his job at the Pentagon?
He was also assigned to what we call OJAG, both to Code 13, which practiced administrative law, and to Code 10, international law.
Are you familiar with the defendant's first wife, Heather?
Yes, sir, I am.
How do you know Heather?
I met Heather through Nick. Once they began dating and became engaged, we continued to socialize with them, and we attended their wedding.
At some point, did they become divorced?
Yes, sir, they did.
And following their divorce, did the defendant ever discuss the breakup with you?
He did.
What did he say about their breakup?
He expressed significant distress about the fact that there had been infidelity, which he alleged had been on Heather's part. In addition, he shared that Heather had lied about wanting to have children and that he was desperate to become a father.
I'm showing you now a photograph that's marked States Exhibit 2.32. Can you see this photograph from where you're seated?
Yes, sir, I can.
Do you recognize the person in this photograph?
Yes, sir, I do.
Who is that?
Mindi.
Do you know her last name?
Maiden name was Mebin, married name Kassotis.
How did you come to know Mindi?
I also met Mindi through Nick, and we developed a close friendship. Mindi was incredibly vibrant and generous, and we became closer over time.
And did they become married?
They did, yes, sir.
Did you attend that wedding?
I did.
Do you recall a time that the defendant was discharged from the Navy?
I do.
Roughly when did that occur?
Approximately 2017.
And did he discuss with you his work plans after he left the Navy?
He shared that he was interested in practicing cyber law and information technology law, and had developed that interest in part through his Master of Laws program at Georgetown.
Did he ever mention to you an association with Microsoft?
He did. He shared that in his job search as he was leaving the Navy, he had gone to an event called Jobs for JAGs, which is an annual event that's hosted by the Judge Advocate Association. There he met a man named Peter who worked for Microsoft in some capacity, and that Peter had been interested in talking about cyber opportunities for Nick.
And did you communicate with the defendant after he left the Navy?
Yes, I did.
Were you asked by Detective Frost with the Liberty County Sheriff's Office to indicate the different addresses and phone numbers that you had used to communicate with him?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you now what's marked as States Exhibit number 2.33 and ask if you can identify them.
Yes, sir, I do recognize those. That's a list of email addresses and phone numbers with which I communicated with Mindi and Nick.
And that you provided to the Liberty County
Correct.
Sheriff's Office. I'll tender it this time. States Exhibit 2.33.
Any objection? No objection. It is admitted.
At some point during the time you were communicating with the defendant, did you guys use Signal?
We did.
What is Signal?
Signal is an app where you can text or make phone calls. They're encrypted, as far as I understand. It's not uncommon to use that because it doesn't use data charges in a lot of cases if you're on Wi-Fi.
And does it have a feature that can make the messages disappear?
You can, either user could set that message to disappear at a certain period of time or immediately.
And at some point we'll get to later, you provided messages to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation
I did.
and explain how they did not disappear?
Generally, Nick had set the text settings so that they would disappear. Sometimes he did not do that, and it's not my habit to have messages disappear unless I intentionally delete them, so I had not deleted those.
At some point, did Nick ever discuss with you threats that he was receiving?
He did.
What did he say?
He explained first that there had been an issue with his USAA banking account, that someone had either hacked his account or had somehow, I think an employee of USAA or more than one employee had accessed his account. He also explained that there had been issues with his mail. And in addition to that, he explained that his first wife, Heather, had attempted to break into the house.
Did he say anything to you about threats made by Heather?
He indicated that Heather had made threats to him. I don't recall specifically, but that he had reported the threats from Heather and the break-in to the Alexandria Police Department and the issues with the banking and the mail to the FBI.
That's what he said.
Correct.
Did there come a time that he began experiencing financial problems?
He explained that he had been, yes.
And what did he tell you about his financial problems?
That related back to the USAA issues. He explained that he did not have access to any of the money that was in his account and was struggling to pay bills, common bills, and very basic level bills like vet bills, medical bills for Mindi, food, and was in distress because of that.
Did you and your husband attempt to help him out financially?
We did. Prior to May of 2018, we had provided some minimal assistance. In May of 2018, he asked for $2,000 in cash, which I did provide. And that date stands out because it's a time that I had also been diagnosed with cancer a second time. And Nick had indicated that he felt it was a significant thing to ask me to do that while I was undergoing cancer treatment, and that he would not do so if it were not an emergency.
Now, was this a gift or a loan?
It was a loan.
Did there come a time that he was given access to a Capital One Venture credit card?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that.
As time went on, we provided more assistance. And while Nick and Mindi were still in Alexandria, we provided, not housing, but we provided food, medical expenses, and dog food or vet bills for Rusty, their dog. And as time went on and we got closer to the time they left in November 2019, we opted to use a credit card so that we could easily track what was being spent, knowing that it might go up after they left the area because there would be housing expenses as well.
And how much did the defendant charge to that credit card?
In total,
Total?
approximately $198,000.
And that was a loan, not a gift.
That was a loan. On two separate occasions, Nick indicated that he intended to repay and had either set up a wire transfer to repay us or had actually gotten a cashier's check, and those never materialized.
Has he ever paid a penny towards that debt?
Not a penny.
At some point, he was cut off from using that card. Is that correct?
He was in early 2021. At this point, it had been over a year and a half that we just felt like it was no longer sustainable. That Nick had repeatedly said that he would attempt to make some repayment, and we understood he had repaid at least one other friend based on what he had shared with us. And we decided that it was just not sustainable to continue to allow him to borrow money.
And so he was cut off approximately when?
January of 2021,
When's the last time you saw the defendant?
November 2019.
Under what circumstance?
It was as he and Mindi were preparing to leave Alexandria, and they came to our home and we had dinner together.
And after you last saw him, did you continue to stay in touch with him?
We did, mostly by text message.
At some point, was there any conversation by the defendant about changing his name?
Yes, sir, there was.
Tell the jury about that.
I don't recall the date. It was after they left Alexandria, and Nick shared that he had learned that his parents were not his biological parents. And so he was going to change his last name to Stark as a result of that discovery.
Did he tell you why he picked Stark?
My understanding was that that was the name of his biological parents.
What about his birthday?
He also changed his birthday. His original birthday, I believe, was in June, and he changed it to February 14th. He told me that was his actual birth date.
February 14th.
Did you ever have any conversation with the defendant about his writing?
I did. Nick and Mindy had both shared that Nick had developed an interest in writing fiction. I would categorize it as short horror stories, and that he had had some success publishing on online forums.
Was there one in particular that stands out that he claimed was a success?
There was. Nick shared with me that one of his stories had been purchased and would be turned into a movie. And that was, he told me that in 2022, but I think the story was published in 2019 originally.
Do you recall the name of that story?
I do.
What is it?
I think my mother-in-law is trying to kill me.
And what was the mother-in-law's name in this?
Betsy.
Oh my God.
When you would communicate with him, especially electronically, how would he refer to Mindi?
Usually by the initial M, which he referred to her in conversation as well, vocal conversation prior to the time they left Alexandria.
I'm going to show to you State's Exhibit number 2.34, 2.35, 2.36, 2.37, 2.38, 2.39, 2.40, 2.41. I want you to take a moment and look at these documents and tell me if you recognize what they are.
It'd only take me a couple hours to drive up there. I think I need to drive up there with some holy water and sprinkle on them and see what happens.
I do. These are text messages on Signal to me from Nick.
Okay. Are they all true and accurate copies of the actual text message that you received from the defendant?
Yes, sir. I took them as screenshots.
And have you had an opportunity to review those before court today?
I have.
And did you provide the law enforcement with copies of those?
I did.
Well, I'll tender at this time, Your Honor, each of those exhibits, 2.34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, they've been shown to opposing counsel.
Any objection? No objection, Your Honor. They're all admitted. There are 8 documents. You may proceed.
All right, starting first with Exhibit 2.34. On what date was that sent?
June 8th, 2022.
And what did he tell you in that message?
He shared the
That's
news that
more than a
Mindy was
couple
pregnant
hours, I
in this
know.
message.
Now turning to Exhibit 2.35, what's the date?
October 26th, 2022.
And if you would read that to the jury, please, both your response and his response.
Yes, sir. I asked Nick, how is M doing? And Nick replied, not great. More scared than she lets on, I think. Trying to work through things to figure out what's going on and how to keep her okay. And I replied, I'm so sorry. I wish I could help. Please keep me posted. I will definitely say tons of prayers, as always. And Nick replied, I definitely will.
Now turning your attention to Exhibit 2.36, what is the date on that?
October 29th, 2022.
And would you read that for the jury?
Nick indicated that Mindy was doing a little worse, heading to the hospital again in the morning unless this new medication starts to work. I replied, oh no, sending lots of prayers and hugs. Is the hospital okay? Tell the nurses to be good to her. Nick replied, it is. They've been very decent with things, explaining options and timelines. And I replied, I'm very glad to hear that.
I don't recall where you currently work right now. What's the name of that agency?
I currently work for the Defense Health Agency, but I no longer practice as a nurse. I'm currently practicing as an attorney.
But are you familiar with what service members and their families are entitled to use TRICARE?
Yes, sir. TRICARE is a health plan that provides health care to designated beneficiaries. In general, those beneficiaries would be active duty, reserve, or retired service members and their families, Medal of Honor winners, survivors, and dependents, as well as other categories that may not be named, but there are very specific limitations as to who's eligible for TRICARE.
So in November of 2022, while the defendant is out of the Navy and Mindi has no association with the Navy, would they have been entitled to care from TRICARE?
Based on what I understood of Nick's status, and that he had been discharged fully from the reserves and what he had shared with me, I do not believe that he would have been eligible.
Let me direct your attention to Exhibit 2.37. What is the date?
November 1st, 2022.
Would you read that for the jury?
I inquired, how is M doing? Nick responded, I think a little better. We have an appointment tomorrow afternoon, so we're hopeful that we're getting the thumbs up for her to move on at it. Hopefully they see some improvement. I replied, a little better is in fact better. We will keep saying prayers. How are you? Nick replied, I'll be okay just as soon as I know everything is good with her. I can only repack everything so many times to identify new efficiencies.
Now look at State's Exhibit 2.38. What is the date?
December 1st, 2022.
Would you read that to the jury, please?
Nick texted, hi Cameron, I have no idea how to write this, and I'm so sorry to send it like this, but M passed away. Please keep that close hold. I would never ask you to keep it from Gray, but I don't know how to manage anything else, and I know a lot of people still need to be told. I don't have many answers yet about what happened. I've just never felt this bad. I replied, I'm so sorry to hear this. My heart breaks for you. How can we help?
Now direct your attention to Exhibit 2.39. You see it?
Yes, sir.
What's the date?
December 5th, 2022.
Would you please read that to the jury?
Nick texted, they said it was a stroke. Nothing that could have been done. Her dad said it runs in the family. I didn't know that. I don't know if that makes it better or worse, but now we know, I guess. And I replied, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. What a shock, especially at such a young age. I think it helps only in that it stops your mind from some of the constant wondering. Nick replied, her blood pressure had been a constant concern, but not in this way. Like it worried me, but I didn't think this was the worst case.
Now take a look at Exhibit 2.40. What is the date?
December 11th, 2022.
And would you read that to the jury?
I texted Nick, checking on you. How is today going? And Nick replied, so. I have M's ashes back. The process was awful, and I never got to see her after I was told, and I feel sick about it. I thought that it was going to be different, and maybe I should have asked more questions, but I just wasn't comprehending.
And finally, turn your attention to Exhibit 2.41. What's the date?
March 28th,
Of what year?
2023.
Would you read that to the jury?
Nick texted, I heard a rumor you were trying to find me. My car quite literally exploded on me, and I've been in the hospital while I wait to see what happened. Sorry I've been so hard to reach. The other phone died in the fire. You should see the photos. Gray would probably find them interesting.
And then were there photographs attached to that text?
There were, yes, sir.
And are they attached to that exhibit?
They are.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Weinstein, cross-examination.
What an awful person.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nelson.
Good afternoon.
I'm Doug Weinstein. I'm representing Nick Kassotis in this case.
It just keeps getting worse, y'all. Dang.
You got to know Nick, did you say at Naval Justice in 2008? Is that correct?
We met briefly there, yes.
And when did you get to actually know him better?
During our first duty station in the Judge Advocate General's Corps in Norfolk.
What was Nick like?
Kind. Nick was the first person to offer to help someone. Frequently he was the first person to volunteer, as obviously he volunteered for the deployment for me.
Did you ever know him to be violent?
No,
Did he have a temper?
not that I saw.
In States Exhibit 2.37 from November 1st of 2022, I believe Nick references repacking everything. What did you take that to mean?
That they were going to relocate to a different house or a different location.
Was that common for them at the time?
Yes, it had been.
How often would you say they moved, as far as you know?
Often, it varied.
Every few days, every few months, every few weeks?
It could be all of the above.
You've retained a law firm to try to recover the money that you lent to Nick, correct?
We did.
And the law firm is Kaufman and Cannolis?
Kaufman and Knowles, yes.
Kaufman and Knowles. And the amount that you are seeking to recover from Nick Kassotis is $199,402.91. Does that sound about right?
About right.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Coffee and cannoli sounds like a coffee shop or bakery.
State calls Heather Kassotis.
Before the witness comes in, if everyone, please check your phones, make sure they're either off or on silent. I appreciate your cooperation.
So all that time he was paying for everything. It wasn't even his money. It was Cameron's money. And he's telling everybody she died in the hospital and telling everybody there's going to be a memorial service.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Would you state your name, please?
Heather Thomas,
Where do you live?
Alexandria, Virginia.
Did you travel here from Alexandria, Virginia to testify for this trial?
Yes, I did.
How are you employed?
I work for the federal government at the Department of Commerce.
What are your duties there?
I'm a government contracting official.
Are you married?
Yes, I am.
When did you get married?
In October of 2015.
Do you have any children?
Yes, I have one daughter.
How old is she?
She's 8.
Is your husband employed?
Yes,
Where
this
is
the
he
ex-wife?
employed?
the Department of Defense.
From where you're seated, can you see the defendant, Nicholas Kassotis, in this case?
Yes,
Do you know that person?
yes.
How do you know him?
I was married to him.
Oh, it
From when to when?
2009 to 2015
How did you meet?
on eHarmony.
And how long after meeting him was it that you became married?
Very quickly after.
Was he in the military?
Yes,
What branch?
the Navy.
What was his job in the Navy?
He was a JAG officer.
At some point, while he was in the Navy, was he deployed to Italy?
Yes,
From when to when?
2011 to 2013.
And what was his job when he was in Italy?
He worked as a prosecutor.
While you guys were in Italy, did he acquire a dog?
We acquired a dog,
And what was the dog's name?
Rusty.
I'm showing you a photograph now and ask if you
She's
can
gonna cry
identify
because she misses the dog.
Yes,
it. What's it a picture of?
that's my dog, Rusty.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the way Rusty appeared?
Yes,
You're getting emotional. Why is that?
I was lucky enough to spend the last 2 years of his life with him,
Living at your place?
living at our house, yes.
I'll tender at this time State's Exhibit 2.46.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is admitted.
Yeah, that's the ex-wife.
During the time of your marriage to the defendant, did he ever work out of the Pentagon?
Yes,
Do you know what his job there was?
it was I only knew it was code 13.
Do you know what that means?
No, I don't.
Also, during the time that you were married, did he have occasion to attend Georgetown University?
Yes,
Where's that located?
in Washington DC.
And do you know what his area of study was?
I believe it was international.
In the beginning of your relationship, can you describe for the jury your relationship to him?
Yes, it was pretty much what I thought was a normal relationship. Very smooth sailing, never fought, kind of like best friends in a way.
Did he ever indicate to you whether he wanted children?
Yes, he did. We both did.
Do you have a medical condition that makes that unlikely?
Yes, I have polycystic ovarian syndrome, PCOS.
Notwithstanding that medical condition, were you able to get pregnant while married with him?
Yes,
And what happened to that pregnancy?
it was lost.
How did your relationship change over time?
It felt like we were more roommates instead of married.
Whose idea was it to get a divorce?
I believe it was mutual, but more so myself.
And there was a proceeding that was filed in the Circuit Court of Fairfax County, Virginia concerning this matter?
Yes,
And if you had an opportunity to view State's Exhibit 2.45A, 45B, 45C, 45D, and 45E prior to coming in here today,
yes, I have.
and you recognize these as documents pertaining to your divorce,
Yes,
I'll tender each of these exhibits, Your Honor. They're certified copies of those documents that I've shown to. Thank you. No objection, Your Honor.
All right, then, A, B, C, D, and E is 2.45. They're all admitted without objection.
After the action for divorce was filed, did you become separated?
yes,
Did you move out?
yes, I did.
Where did you move to?
I moved nearby in Alexandria.
During the period of separation, were there discussions about infidelity?
Of course,
And who raised those?
Nick did.
Did you cheat on him during the course of your marriage?
No,
How quickly was the divorce granted after the petition was filed?
It was granted in October of 2015.
Now, the court documents show Nicholas James Kassotis as the plaintiff in this divorce, and you're referred to as the defendant.
Yes,
Why is that?
we both didn't have a need for an attorney. He was an attorney and he said he could take care of it. And I trusted him that he would.
Can you see from where you're seated, a photograph states exhibit number 2.32? Can you see it?
Yes,
You recognize the person in this photograph?
yes,
Who is this person?
it's Mindi,
How did you know Mindi?
his new wife.
Do you recall when you first met her?
It was by happenstance in a public setting. She had no idea who I was.
When he would refer to her, how would he refer to her?
Can you clarify that
By
question?
initials?
Yes, M.
And the grounds for the divorce were what?
Irreconcilable differences.
What were his obligations under the divorce?
He was required to pay off the personal loan or refinance it if he couldn't pay it off in his own name. He was required to refinance or pay off the truck that he was driving. And he was required to either refinance or sell the property on Adrian Drive.
And at some point, was he ordered to pay you $1.5 million?
Yes.
Did he?
No.
How long after your divorce was it before he and Mindi got married, roughly?
About a year, almost to the day.
And after your divorce from him, did you continue to correspond with him?
Yes, of course. We were very friendly. It was a very amicable divorce.
And how would you communicate with him after the divorce?
Texts. He came to visit with the dogs. We had 2 dogs at the time, Stitch and Rusty. Email. Just whatever was convenient.
Do you know how he was employed during the time he was married to Mindi?
I was told that from him that he worked for the Department of the Navy.
For how long?
I don't know.
Did he ever express interest in starting a cybersecurity business?
He mentioned cybersecurity as an area that he was interested, yes.
Between 2015 and 2019, did the defendant cooperate with the divorce obligations?
No,
Did that cause any kind of hardship to you?
of course.
Like what?
It put me through a lot of emotional stress, but importantly, it put me through a lot of scrutiny for my own employment. I was, and still do hold a security clearance that required your credit to be good and all of your bills paid, all of that stuff. And by him not doing that for many, many months, I was in a situation where a piece of paper to submit to the Office of Personnel Management wasn't going to cut it. They wanted to see full extent of the law to pursue the resolution of that because my employment was at stake.
Referring your attention to Exhibit 2.45B, dated 11/28/18, entitled Consent Order. He was ordered to pay you the $1.5 million plus $90,000 in interest in that consent order. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And $10,000 in attorney fees.
That's correct.
And then the case was continued almost exactly 30 days to December 28th, 2018. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was there a hearing on December 28th, 2018?
Yes.
And Exhibit 2.45C shows the court found him not in compliance with the November 28, 2018 consent order and ordered Nicholas Kassotis to appear before the court on January 4th, 2019 to show cause why he should not be held in contempt.
That's right.
Did you go to that January 4th hearing?
Yes, I did.
What happened at that hearing?
The judge was very upset after he heard Nick testify under oath that he not only had the money, he had more than enough of the money, and that he just was refusing to pay it. So the judge was not very kind.
He admitted having how much money?
$32 million.
And did he tell the court he was having difficulty accessing that money?
Yes.
What did he tell the court?
He told the court that his wife, his current wife, Mindi, was holding his funds and that he thought that she had a claim to it because it was earned during his marriage with her. And that he was pursuing other actions with her. But the judge was like, well, I can't bring her into court, but you're here. So you need to put a move on it. And I want this done. I want to see movement in a week. Otherwise, your liberty is at stake.
Now, before that hearing, was there another similar hearing that occurred?
Yes,
What happened at that similar hearing?
there was a case right before ours where very similar circumstances, though not to the degree or the amount owed by any means, was playing out. And we were both in the courtroom. And that ended where the spouse that owed the money left in handcuffs. And so Nick asked to meet with my attorney and I in the mediation room after we continued. And that's when the additional $90,000 and the $10,000 came from.
So was Nick in the courtroom to witness that incident where the man was taken out in
Yes.
handcuffs? Did he ever comply with that court order for the $1.5 million, the interest and the attorney fees?
No,
I'm showing you now what's marked as 2.45E. Do you know what that is?
yes,
What? Go ahead.
it's a bench warrant for failure to appear
A bench warrant for who?
for Nick,
And it's dated when?
December 23rd, 2020.
Have you ever threatened him with violence?
No,
Are you familiar with him changing his last name?
I did not find that out until after he was arrested.
And did he ever explain to you why he changed the name?
No,
Are you familiar with the last name of Stark?
it made me think of the Game of Thrones character, frankly.
And who is that character?
It was one of the main characters that was probably, I think, killed first.
Did you and the defendant watch the Game of Thrones during the time you were married?
Yes,
Oh, that's Stark.
At some point, did you become familiar with the GBI sketch?
yes.
Tell the jury about that. How did you become familiar with it?
Well, I received a random text message asking if I was ever married to Nick. And of course, I was hesitant to respond to a stranger, but nonetheless, the curiosity got the best of me. And so she told me about,
Objection to hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Based on what she told you, what did you do?
based on what she told me, I looked it up and I saw a similarity as far as the sketch was concerned. And I called the GBI to let them know that that looks remarkably like Mindi because of the jawline.
Did you tell the GBI who you were?
No, I did not.
I believe your testimony was you remarried shortly after the divorce.
Yes, I did.
Was there a time that the defendant saw you after your divorce when you were pregnant?
Yes,
Were you obviously pregnant?
yes.
And describe to the jury what happened on that occasion when the defendant saw you pregnant.
Nick was very uncomfortable when he saw me. He did utter the congratulations, the body language wasn't matching. Later on, after that meeting, which is actually the last time that I saw my other dog, Stitch, my husband made very similar comments, saying that it was very awkward and that he could tell that Nick was very uncomfortable.
I can't understand half of what she says.
That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Weinstein?
Good afternoon, Ms. Thomas. I'm Doug Weinstein. I'm representing Nick Kassotis in this case. I have a few questions for you. Your divorce from Nick Kassotis was final on October 15th, 2015, correct?
That's correct.
When did you get married to your husband, to Anthony Thomas?
Yeah, October 16th.
The very next day?
Yes.
Nick raised the issue of infidelity with you, correct?
Yeah.
He accused you of infidelity.
Yes.
And do you still maintain that you did not commit infidelity?
Correct. I met my husband well after we had already separated. I had not started dating my husband until July. And while that does seem fast, it is possible to find the love of your life.
You say that Nick failed to follow the obligations in your initial divorce decree, correct?
Correct.
And that he was supposed to pay off some type of loan, either refinance it, but pay it off so you're off the loan, correct?
Correct, yeah. Just remove my name, however he wanted to do that.
He was supposed to pay off the truck, and he was supposed to refinance or sell the marital home that y'all had.
That's right.
And he did not do those things, correct?
That's right.
And you pursued him to do those things.
Absolutely.
And following that, there was a consent order, correct?
That's right.
And that consent order was, I guess, November 28th, 2018. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And in that consent order, can you tell me this? How did you reach the consent order? How did you reach the numbers in the consent order? How did you come up with the figures? How did you guys come up with the figures in
We
the
came
consent?
up with the figures. We had an addendum made that we mutually agreed to, and we had notarized, and we had added, so it was then part of the divorce decree.
And when you say we, that's you and Nick and I
Correct.
guess whatever attorneys were involved, is that correct?
He never had an attorney, but yes, I had an attorney.
Pay
Okay.
attention, Weinstein.
And so that $1.5 million that he had agreed to pay you, he agreed to that. He agreed to the $1.5 million in the course of the negotiation, correct?
Correct.
And had you seen any evidence that Nick had $1.5 million?
No.
Have you seen, or at the time, or at any time, did you see any evidence that Nick Kassotis had the $32 million that he said he had?
When he testified under oath.
I understand that. Did you see any, did you see any documentation of the $32 million?
No.
Bank statements
Oh, yes.
that showed $32 million?
They were fake, but yes.
And when you followed up on that, do you remember the bank?
Bank of America?
Okay, did you do anything with Bank of America to see if there was $32 million in there?
I tried filing the judgment in every single banking institution in the Virginia area, sir.
And were you successful at getting the $1.5 million from any of those banks?
No.
What did they say about the $32 million when you presented Bank of America with those statements?
They've never heard of them.
You say that both you and your husband thought that Nick Kassotis was uncomfortable when he saw that you were pregnant. Does it surprise you that an ex-husband is uncomfortable when he sees his ex-wife pregnant?
It depends. If you have a good relationship before then, and you already knew about it, then seeing it probably wouldn't have made a big difference.
The GBI interviewed you prior to today, correct?
That's right.
Do you recall telling the GBI that Heather was living with you guys?
I'm Heather.
I'm sorry, I apologize, Mindy.
Yes, and I corrected them immediately because that was not true.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Anything else, counsel?
May she be excused?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Have a good day.
You too.
Your Honor, does the court wish to go straight into Agent Sands, or would you like to take a recess to the court first?
I think we look good. We can go ahead.
Okay, at this time, the state calls Agent Tracy Sands.
Getting more video or just discussing? I want to see more video of them digging this hole in putting them out.
He's
Y'all
already
know
been
what I
sworn. Simply remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Gotta give it to Weinstein. He hasn't gone hard at anybody.
Good afternoon, Agent Sands.
Good afternoon.
Agent Sands, I know you have testified just briefly, but I'm going to start back at the beginning if that's okay.
Okay.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Tracy, T-R-A-C-Y, Sands, S-A-N-D-S.
Where do you work?
Work with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. I'm currently assigned to the Region 5 Field Office, which is Statesboro, Georgia. But we cover a 10-county region, and Liberty County is one of those counties.
Does that also cover the region surrounding Liberty?
It does.
Okay. And what is your rank and title there?
I'm a Special Agent 3.
How long have you worked for the GBI?
I've worked for the GBI my entire career for the last 30 years. I've only been a GBI agent for 25 of those 30 years. I was essentially worked with a grant-funded task force and a deputy sheriff in 5 counties as a narcotics agent for the first 5 years.
And in that task force, did that involve federal agencies as well?
It did.
Can you tell the jury what federal agencies you had a relationship with?
During that period of time, it was basically during the crack cocaine era. I worked undercover for a couple of years, and later started working with ATF, DEA, U.S. Marshals, FBI. We worked with a lot of federal agencies during that period and continue to this day to work with federal agencies.
Do you still retain those relationships in your current role?
Oh, I do.
Okay. As a special agent with the GBI, did you receive any specialized training at the beginning of your career?
I did. I started off, I had a 4-year college degree, which was required to actually apply as a special agent. From there, I attended their 16-week academy in Forsyth, Georgia. Once I left basically it's agent school at that time, I was assigned to a senior agent for approximately 1 year for field training.
And in that field training, would it be fair to say you basically shadow him?
I did.
Okay. Did you continue your training throughout the course of your career?
I did. GBI has sent me to numerous training and classes over the years. Some of the Georgia Public Safety Training Center, some taught by instructors there from various different agencies. I most recently had a class in Atlanta with the Secret Service where federal agencies have taught. So I could go on for hours about classes that I've taken over the years, because GBI allows us to do a lot of training with a lot of different agencies over the years.
And does that training include investigative training,
It does.
field work,
Yes, it does.
documenting and drafting reports?
That's correct.
Can you tell us, has investigative training changed over the years?
Drastically.
How so?
Digital forensics, if you've heard, there's just so many computer digital forensics, so many online records, so computers, cell phones, that type data became really different.
Would it be fair to say at the beginning of your career there was less of that?
That's correct.
And have you had to stay current with that technology as the world has changed?
Yes.
Do you attend trainings to ensure that you're able to do so?
Yes.
Do you lean on any other agencies in an effort to facilitate maybe the areas where you are not an expert?
Very much so. We reached out. We have a cyber unit as well as we have agents within our office that excel in certain areas. As an older person, I'm actually having to ask them frequently about newer technologies.
And do they assist?
They do.
Would it be fair to say that that's a team effort in many of those areas?
Yes, very few of our investigations don't involve some sort of team. There are so many people involved in even the smallest of cases that are usually out of sight, but they help in tremendous ways.
Over the last 30 years, approximately how many investigations have you handled?
Numbers are very difficult because I just don't keep track like that. But I would estimate, including narcotics cases and drug cases, over 1,000 investigations.
Have you ever assisted other agents on their investigations as well?
I have.
And would it be fair then to say that you were part of their team, perhaps?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you tell us, how does it work in terms of assigning tasks within a team?
Basically, in this particular case, I was the on-call agent. And the on-call agent responds as basically the first responder. As I said, very few cases are one person anymore. So at that point, once we respond, we decide who else we need, how many resources. Sometimes it's a matter of how many can get us until Monday morning until the larger group can come help.
Would it be fair to say that this one investigation that you're called out on may not be the only case you're working?
Very much so. Sometimes we don't even get our boots off from one call and we have to go to another one.
Okay. And can you tell us what the lead agent's role is in an investigation?
Especially the central clearinghouse. I gather reports from the other agencies that are involved and create a report to provide to the district attorney in order for them to present it to you guys.
And in that capacity as the lead agent, were there other individuals that assisted you in this investigation?
Yeah, other individuals from a variety of different agencies.
And were there ones from within the GBI?
Yes.
Have we seen every one of them in this courtroom over the last 7 days?
We have not.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that there are lots of other people that helped?
Yes, background analyst, even our office manager who answers the phone is a big help in assisting investigations. So there are many other people that are involved in these cases, and specifically in this one.
And now, in this case, you worked with a partner agency, is that correct?
That's correct.
Who was that?
The Liberty County Sheriff's Office.
And can you explain to the jury how you became involved in the Liberty County Sheriff's Office case?
Sure. There are a lot of cases with GBI that we get called to that are conflict cases or may involve one of their personnel in a matter where we have to be independent. For instance, an officer-involved shooting, something where we would have to come in and be separate and have a separate opinion and separate ourselves from them. In this particular case, they have what we call original jurisdiction. GBI has no jurisdiction in homicide, so we have to be invited in. In this case, I was requested by Lieutenant Tracy Jennings, who is their CID commander at that time.
And when they invited you in, at that point, who took lead on the investigation?
We did.
And would it be fair to say that there are resources available to the GBI that may not be available to local agencies?
Yes, there are really a lot of great investigators that you've heard from local agencies, but we just become a force multiplier, and in such, even as GBI, we have to reach out to federal agencies to get assistance as well with other cases when we have problems or certain areas where they have expertise that we don't.
Would they have potentially access to resources that you at the GBI might not have access to?
Very much so.
Okay. Were you working as a special agent with the GBI in December of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us, were you on call on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us, you received a call from, you said, Lieutenant Jennings, is that right?
That's correct.
When you received that call, what time did you receive it?
Around 6:30 p.m.
And when you got that phone call, where did you go?
I went to the scene.
And where was that?
You've heard mention of the Barrington Ferry and Jones Road. It was a hunting club area off the Barrington Ferry Road. Barrington Ferry is the Liberty County portion. It's the same dirt road, but that road changes and becomes the Jones Road once it enters McIntosh County.
Okay, can you tell us just a rough way, how do you get to there from here, meaning the courthouse?
Probably the easiest ways is to go to I-95, and once you get to Highway 17 to I-95, you would, there's a landmark there called it's the world's smallest church. That landmark gets you to the Jones community, and the Jones Road is the first road past that. Once you turn on the Jones Road, you would be coming from the opposite end, from the McIntosh County side, and it would get you to the entry road or the Portal Hunting Club where you've heard mention of.
Can you get to that roadway from more than one road?
Yes, ma'am.
How else can you get in there?
From the Barrington Ferry Road, if you're coming from the Riceboro area, you would come down to the Barrington Ferry.
Now, I believe you indicated that that was Riceboro, is that correct?
That's correct.
What county is Riceboro in?
Liberty County.
And that portion that you referred to of where you initially responded, what county was that in?
Liberty County.
When you got to that location, did there have like an actual address?
There was not. Lieutenant Jenkins had attempted to provide me with an address, and it was very difficult for her. She was just basically providing directions to me to get to the scene.
Okay, and when you got to the scene, did you ultimately take any coordinates?
I did.
What type of coordinates did you take?
I took GPS coordinates, and I've worked with Georgia State Patrol Aviation Unit over the years, and I'm also a commercial drone pilot. So I've always taken those coordinates in degrees, minutes, and seconds. That's the GPS or longitude, latitude format that allows and is used mostly by pilots for the areas in order for them to come to that location if needed.
And did you in fact take those coordinates for this case?
I did.
And where did that coordinate put you in terms of county?
I'm Liberty County.
Now, that information, did you preserve it?
I did.
And when you got to that location, were you alone or with a partner when you first went out?
I was alone at that time because we respond individually. One of the reasons for is you can't really carpool because you may break off to go to different areas to interview witnesses, or we may get another call. So we always ride individually.
So you have a vehicle that's assigned to you?
I do.
And you arrived in that vehicle?
I did.
Do you know when you arrived, was there anyone else present at the location?
I remember Lieutenant Jenkins, or Jennings, I keep butchering her name, and Jack Frost, the investigator. Lieutenant Anthony Brown was in a marked patrol unit, and that was it.
Okay. Was Agent Dickerson there yet?
He was not.
So when you first got there, were you the first GBI agent on the scene?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you tell us, do you recall approximately what time you arrived at the location?
8 p.m.
Okay. And this was on what day?
December the 2nd, and that would have been a Friday night.
Okay. So Friday night, December the 2nd of 2020, what year?
2.
2. And when you got there at 8 p.m., what was the lighting conditions at the time?
It was very dark. That time of year, it gets dark early, so it had been dark for a while. Very humid conditions. It had rained a few days prior.
Were you familiar with the precipitation yourself?
Yes.
And when you arrived there, you indicated that there were some other law enforcement officers there already, correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell us, was there in fact a, quote, crime scene already established when you arrived there?
Yes, there was. At the gateway, there was yellow crime scene tape across the gate, as well as a marked patrol car with blue lights going at the time. One of the reasons for the blue lights was the purpose of us being able to find the crime scene.
Do you know if there was somebody that was there logging or recording data?
That would have been Lieutenant Anthony Brown.
And what was he recording?
Just people who had entered the crime scene prior to my arrival.
Why do you have a crime scene log?
For the purposes of knowing who arrives there and entry in and out of the scene for contamination.
And when you say for contamination, what do you mean by that?
Just to make sure of who actually enters the scene. If somebody moves something or touches something, we would have documentation of it.
If there were potentially some DNA left behind, would that enable you to do anything with that information?
That's correct. We could log, and if it happened to be one of the persons on the log, we'd be able to eliminate them.
Okay. Did you ultimately have occasion to see Agent Dickerson?
I did.
Can you tell us when he arrived and what happened when he got there?
He was there quite a while later because he had a further drive, but I had been communicating with him and with my supervisors from the initial beginning. We knew that the scene was secure, the information was there, and he was getting the necessary equipment. We were prepared to be there for quite a while.
When you first arrived at the scene, did you see any portion of her remains?
I did.
What did you see?
Her torso, and she had been decapitated, and her legs were missing.
And at that time, were you able to see her arms?
I was.
Okay. I'm not going to show any of those photographs again. Can you tell us, when you first observed her, how far off the roadway she was?
Just right in the ditch, probably defining the roadway, because there's not like lines, it's a dirt hunting club lane. So the area that you could tell just a few feet over into the ditch.
Okay. Was there anything in the ditch other than her remains?
And there was not.
Okay. And what about the precipitation? Could you tell anything about the water conditions?
Yeah, this particular area is coastal, so the water in the ditch is more of a muddy marsh style, like marsh mud. So she was in that area.
Okay. And at the time that you made that observation, did you have occasion to see Agent Dickerson ultimately arrive?
I did.
Did he assist in getting her remains out of that ditch?
He did.
And could you tell how far into the ditch he had to go to assist in getting her out?
Yes, he actually had to wade down in the Tyvek suit. I helped him clear some of the brush that was in the area that would allow him to move her up from that point, and I helped him move Mindy's body up.
Okay. Now, you called her Mindi. At the time, did you know who she was?
I did not.
Okay. Were you able to tell her gender from her condition?
I could.
Okay. And was she clothed at that time or not?
She was not.
Did she have any jewelry on?
She did not.
And at that time, did you see any marks on her body that you believed would be indicators to assist with identification?
I did not.
Did you make attempts to roll her over to see if there were any additional marks?
Agent Dickerson did, and I took the photograph, so that allowed him to be able to manipulate and move to the point where, and I took his camera and photographed for him because he was in the mud.
Okay. Were there any marks, scars, tattoos, anything like that?
None visible.
Was that concerning to you?
Yes.
Why?
That's one of the identification factors of us being able to find through tattoos other ways of identification. So we had very limited ways of identifying her at that point.
Okay. And with her being decapitated, did that further complicate the situation?
Yes, it did.
Why?
Dental records are very common used for identifying remains.
And at that point, did you have that?
We did not.
Okay. Did you do anything with respect to the coroner's office?
Yes, the coroner had actually arrived, and which is very common for the coroner to arrive before we did. They realize it's a crime scene. He pronounces and he leaves. Later on, we call him and get him back to the scene. So he had already been there prior to my arrival. I talked to him later that night when he arrived to take custody of Mindy.
Okay. And did you facilitate him taking custody of her remains?
I did.
Okay. And you've seen some of the photographs of those portions of the remains that wound up at autopsy, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those the manner in which they were sent off to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy?
Yes, ma'am.
How does the autopsy get scheduled?
There's a coordination from that. I would contact what they call our death investigation specialist and provide them with the facts that we knew at the time, a lot of preliminary information. The coroner also calls, and the coroner makes arrangements for transport. In Georgia, the coroner actually has control and custody of the body, but we have custody of the crime scene. So there's a coordination there of the crime scene needs to be complete, and we have to notify him where to give him permission to take the body with him.
Is that why there are seals
That's correct.
Okay. And did you ensure that those seals were intact?
I did.
And you saw them as they were displayed at the medical examiner's office on the autopsy photographs when they were received?
That's correct. Agent Dickerson and I actually watched him place the seal, so I was able to determine that seal and then review the photographs later of the seal.
And would it be fair to say that you reviewed all of the photographs prior to your testimony today?
Many times.
Okay. And we have not introduced every one of those photographs, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, did the coroner ultimately make, I believe you said pronounced, is that the word you used?
That's correct.
What does that mean?
This determined that death, when he arrives, is basically his timeline for saying, this is when I pronounce and say that this is deceased. Doesn't mean it's when the actual person, when they actually died, but that's when he pronounces an official pronouncement of deceased. That time was 6:40.
Okay. On December 2nd of 2022?
That's correct.
Now, you indicated that's not necessarily an indication of time of death, correct?
That's correct.
Are there times when the coroner can indicate time of death?
That's correct.
How does that occur?
Usually, like, for example, an officer-involved shooting with a body camera and a time where witnesses and video stamps and evidence would have a time, he would be able to determine an actual time.
Okay. And if not, it would simply be when they observed the person no longer living?
That's correct.
Okay. Coroner, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you know where she went from there?
To our medical examiner's office.
Okay. And that's when the autopsy was to be performed?
Not specifically that night. It would be scheduled and the doctor would do it later.
Okay. And that ultimately was scheduled?
It was.
Okay. Were there initial steps at the scene to attempt to identify her?
Yes, there was.
What did you do at the scene on December 2nd of 2022 to attempt to identify her?
As I talked about other agencies helping, I contacted the Georgia State Patrol. I knew they had a live scan fingerprint device that would actually do fingerprints at the scene. It's portable. There was a Georgia State trooper that brought that to the scene for us to attempt to identify her.
And did you in fact try to take her fingerprints?
We did.
And were they successful at taking the prints?
The print, it showed us processing, but it didn't come back with any record. So whether it was the quality of the print, the machine seemed to accept it at that time, but it didn't produce any record. So which would indicate that she'd never been fingerprinted before or arrested.
Is it common for the average citizen not to be fingerprinted?
That's correct.
Okay. When would you expect to find fingerprints?
If there had been a previous arrest
Okay.
or
Go ahead.
other documentation, teachers, law enforcement officers are often fingerprinted, and some of those are on file.
Okay. So there was no match though at that time?
There was no match.
Okay. Now, can you tell us what you did at the scene with respect to trace evidence, to ensure the security of trace evidence?
That would have been the crime scene specialist, Agent Dickerson. He would be processing items of evidence and collecting for trace evidence.
Okay. And was there anything placed on her hands?
Yes. There were brown paper bags placed on her hands and sealed around with evidence tape.
On December 2nd of 2022, did you have any idea how the unidentified woman was killed?
I did not.
And at that point, did you know if she had had any contact with potentially an attacker?
I did not.
As a result, how would those bags potentially have helped?
The most probable way is fingernail scrapings, and one of the methods during autopsies is they actually clip the fingernails and preserve them as evidence.
Okay. And ultimately, you indicated that that portion of her remains were taken. Did you follow up to ensure that the crime laboratory received them?
I did.
Were there any requests submitted to the laboratory concerning her remains initially?
Yes. Basically, CODIS, DNA, fingerprinting, and initially, when you say initial, that first night, anything we could do to identify who she was.
Did you receive any assistance from the laboratory, the crime laboratory, in determining exactly what tests to request?
Specifically that night in regard to the torso night.
Not that evening?
Not that
Okay.
evening.
During the course of your investigation, did you have conversations with the crime laboratory about what services they could or potentially could not provide?
Yes, initially, a lot of the things that I was discussing was more of the ID. I wanted to know who this was. That was like through dental records, through DNA. I really wanted to push to get that system, to get the DNA, so I would call regularly about that. Eventually, my supervisor was involved, and then once we got to the point that Agent Dickerson had processed the evidence and was ready to submit, he submitted evidence and made certain requests as well. Those requests continue on, so there's not really one specific time that we requested, like we didn't deliver evidence and request everything.
And with respect to identity, why was that so important to you at that stage?
Knowing who it is very important to be able to move the case forward.
And if you didn't know who she was, how would that limit it?
Here's, so we get
Sure,
again.
sure. You indicated that it's important to know who it was because it would help move the case forward. How would knowing her identity help move the case forward?
To know the area she lived, where she was from, it's got victimology, what she did for a living, things of that nature.
Okay. And at that point, you did not know who she was still?
We did not.
Can you tell us, ultimately, did there come a time when you found additional people to speak with at that scene?
Yes.
Okay, tell us what happened.
As we progressed, one of the hunters came back the next day and located some remains. So Monday we were scheduled to be there and with a larger search. So I interviewed Mr. Philip McKellar.
Okay. On the very first day of December 2nd of 2022, do you know if interviews were conducted on that day?
There were interviews by the Liberty County Sheriff's Office of the hunters, but no other interviews, no GBI interviews.
Okay. And at the time that you arrived, were they still on scene?
They
the
were
hunters?
not.
Okay, so they had already left by that point.
That's correct.
Were you present while Agent Dickerson processed the crime scene?
I was.
And were you present to observe the recovery of the knife that you've seen admitted, I believe it was as 1.19, I believe, the Milwaukee knife?
I was.
Okay. And did you see where each of these items was recovered?
I did.
And as a result of that, was Agent or Detective Frost tasked with attempting to look into those items?
He was.
And did he in fact do that?
He did.
Did he provide you with the information he had recovered?
He did.
Okay. Now, you indicated that during the initial stages, you didn't speak to anybody then. When did you first speak to somebody?
I actually interviewed one of the hunters on Monday.
Okay.
The following Monday while we were doing the search.
Okay. So on December 3rd, you heard testimony that there was another portion of Mindy's remains recovered. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you present on that day?
I was not.
Do you know who else was?
Yes. Well, at that time, Detective Jack Frost, who's also been an investigator Frost, who's been identified both ways, but his current title is investigator, but at that time he was a detective.
Okay. And so was he the partner that you were working with on this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point, did he, as you heard him testify, handle the processing of her right leg?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that point, ultimately, did that portion of her remains go to the crime laboratory as well?
It did.
Okay. And you indicated then that on Monday, would that have been December 5th of 2022?
That's correct.
You spoke with Mr. McCallum?
That's correct.
Okay. Tell the jury, when you spoke with Mr. McCallum, what was it your intention to do at that time?
Basically, he was there to tell the story of how they had found and located the initial remains in the second day.
Okay. Did you know at that point whether the torso and the two legs that you recovered belonged to the same person?
I did. As far as medically or officially, I didn't, but yes, I did. I came to a conclusion based on physically looking at them, where the cuts were located.
So it appeared that those, for lack of a more appropriate way to say it, that those remains matched each other physically?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that point, how did that information assist in your investigation?
We knew we had another portion, so we had to continue to look for the other portions.
What did you do to facilitate that?
Over that weekend, we'd coordinated a search with the Georgia Department of Natural Resources. They had a K-9 unit, as well as the South Carolina K-9 search team that you heard from earlier. They were specifically with cadaver dogs. They had great success around the country pretty much, and we coordinated with them to come assist us with the search, as well as requested Georgia State Patrol once again for the aviation unit.
And why did you seek out the assistance of the aviation unit?
The aviation unit, you've heard the dimension of drones, which are great, but there was so much territory to cover. It's a very large property. We've mentioned one hunting club, but there are actually several hunting clubs that are on that adjoining property. It actually, from that property, gets very close and goes into a military bombing range, which goes on even further. So when we say thousands of acres, you've heard 15,000, 25,000. The exact acreage is even more than that if you consider a wooded area. It's not owned by the same person. Naturally, you'll have some military areas, you had some, but it is a huge part of the property. If you look from a higher viewpoint, you can tell the property and the hunting club area. A satellite image would be the best view of the entire property.
And when you say the entire property, are you referring to just the Portal Hunting Club or that entire area?
The entire area that we would be searching at the time.
Just so we're clear, how large was the area in which her remains were ultimately recovered?
Several miles apart.
Okay. So was that in a, can you tell us approximately how many mile radius?
It was mile radius.
And so they weren't necessarily side by side?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And was aerial a difference between versus helicopters?
It's mainly to photograph and document scenes. But as a result, when you have a great, huge area like this, or an area that needs searching, where we were continuously searching for other body parts or other evidence, it's very limited. It's a 30-minute battery life to the most an hour battery life. So the helicopter would allow us to get higher and take a picture, a better overall picture than a drone.
At this time, I'd like to show the witness 1.104A through D. Thank you. May I approach you?
Yes.
I'm going to ask that for the rest of his examination, if that's possible. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you recognize those to be?
Those are screenshots of satellite images.
And who created those screenshots?
I did.
And where did you take those screenshots from?
Google Earth.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the area that you had searched in connection with this case from December 2nd through December 7th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
At this time, Your Honor, I would ask also, are there waypoints that are placed on there?
Yes, ma'am.
Who placed those waypoints?
I did.
And how did you place those waypoints?
Basically with the coordinates that I've obtained, I drew and placed them on basically a PowerPoint slide to show those locations in reference to each other.
Did each of those have a longitude and latitude GPS coordinate?
They do.
And what are those coordinates from?
Those coordinates are listed in the photograph as Google Earth shows coordinates on longitude and latitude, but the actual dot was from coordinates that we had taken at the scene of each location.
Your Honor, at this time I'd seek to tender 1.104A through D.
Any objection? No objection. They're admitted, those are 4 photographs.
Thank you. May I publish them?
You may.
I'm now showing you (1.104B). and I may have to unplug.
No, it's a-
Is it? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Now, would it be fair to say that this photograph displays the area that you were searching?
That's correct.
And all of that green, what is that?
It's basically timberland in the property.
And those little blue dots, what are they?
Those were where we located Mindi.
Did it also include any of the other items located in connection with this case?
Yes, over in the left side, it says Sterilite tote location, and then Sterilite tote lid.
Would that be over here?
Yes, it's very blurry on my screen. I don't know for the jury.
I'm gonna just walk it over to maybe make that easier. Were each of those waypoints placed on that map concerning the coordinates that you were referring to?
That's correct.
Okay. And now, would it be fair to say that these other images zoom in closer?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna now show you 1.104, rather 1.104A. Is that depicted here as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And then again, going even closer still, would that be here?
Yes, ma'am. That's better.
There you go. And was that able to show relatively where each of these items were found in relationship to each other?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you see these marks here, these whitish lines? What are those?
Those are the hunting club roads.
And so would it be fair to say that those roads intersect and cross over each other?
They do.
Are you able to travel within the hunting club area to some of these various locations?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you required to go past the water pump to gain access to each of these?
Yes, ma'am.
And where would you have come in to see the water pumping station? Do you know on this?
The water pumping station would be into see at 12 o'clock the photo, the top underneath the torso road.
So I'm now putting up 1.104B. Do you see that up there?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that where you're referring to up there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Now, those photographs were taken in an effort to facilitate showing the relationships to each other?
That's correct.
Okay, and those
Special Agent Dickerson, Detective Jack Frost, and myself.
Can you tell the jury how much terrain was actually covered ultimately by these search teams?
If you include the Georgia State Patrol Aviation, thousands of acres.
Okay, and ultimately, was that terrain all similar throughout the area?
It was.
Was there any manpower on the ground other than the dogs?
Yes, there were other personnel that was with them that were actually searching. In the area, when we say the property and we talk about that property, there were still actively other things going on that I could see in the helicopter. You could see timber being harvested in the distance. At one point, you could see the military bombing range as we got closer over. There was different things that we could see in activity going on. So the area, certain around the scene, you would have our concentration of law enforcement people, but you also had areas outside that there was still activity going on.
Now, you've heard testimony concerning Mindy's left leg being recovered, correct?
That's correct.
And at that time, there were insect activity that was collected, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ultimately receive the report back from Dr. Mondor concerning his minimum postmortem interval, estimating when her remains were exposed?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
How did that assist you?
I mean, it helped narrow down the time frame or the window of what he called the colonization, or essentially when she was placed there.
And without forgetting, did all of those pieces ultimately go to the crime laboratory for the autopsy?
They did.
And did you ensure that the seals were properly placed?
I viewed the photograph I didn't attend the autopsy because we were actually still working on the case and doing other things. And the crime scene specialist and Detective Jack Frost attended the autopsy. At that point, the medical examiner's office released photographs to me, and upon viewing those photographs, I can attest that those seals were in place.
Did you ultimately see the photographs that were displayed here concerning the forensic sketch?
I did.
Can you tell the jury when those photographs first came in, what did you yourself do as the lead investigator with respect to the forensic photographs?
The forensic photographs, they were published through our website, and in addition to Find Leads, as well as the National Association of Missing and Unidentified Persons System. They were entered and placed on it in an attempt to identify Mindi.
And at the time, were those successful in identifying her?
They were not.
Did you run down any leads independent of Mindi, Mebane, Kassotis?
We got numerous leads and phone calls. We were called from other law enforcement agencies. That night, I had reached out to look for other missing persons in the area, and we had no missing person reports. One of the closest reports was Richmond Hill in Bryan County, and which did not fit the description at that time. And as well as once we started receiving these leads, some of the leads were very obvious. They had, whereas African American, others had tattoos, arrest records. Some that became closer, we would ask, did they have dental records or DNA available? Some had been missing 20 years. So we had calls from all over that we were identifying from there and going through these leads.
Do you have any idea how many leads you ran down?
Over 50.
Okay. Different individuals that it could have been?
That's correct.
Okay. And you indicated at some point referencing dental remains or dental records. Was Mindi's head ultimately located?
It was.
And when that was found, did you receive any information from the medical examiner concerning her dental records?
Yes, the x-ray showed that she had a dental implant.
And where was that located, if you recall?
It was on the right upper.
Okay. And when you say a dental implant, are you talking about basically like a crown?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result, did you attempt to try and use that to assist you in any way?
Yes, we had people basically that had called in saying that they were serialized, that they could be determined, but the medical examiner's office has a forensic orthodontist that actually helps with identifying if you have existing records. But we determined that that implant could not be, or crown could not be located to a specific area or a specific identity. It did not have a serial number on it.
Was that another dead end?
It was.
And when that occurred, did that further prevent you from being able to identify her at that stage?
Yes, ma'am.
So at that point, what were you waiting on for more identification?
Just more information to continue to go. We're waiting for DNA. We're waiting for other things to continue to develop leads to get us.
Okay. So at that point, while you were running down all the leads, did you have her DNA back yet?
Her initial DNA, yes.
Okay. And had that been processed through CODIS?
It had.
And did that yield any results?
It did not.
So at that point, you still had no idea who it was?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you, I'd like to mark these, or they've already been marked as 1.114, 115, and 116. Do you recognize what's in these photographs?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
This is a PowerPoint presentation that I took photographs of Mindi that had been provided by her mother, Miss Betsy Mebane, alongside of the sketches that had been produced by our forensic artist. A couple of different sketches, and then the last sketch was basically Mindi by herself with that sketch.
At this time, I'd seek to tender 1.114, 115, and 116.
Any objection?
No objection.
They're admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor? Was that the first photograph or forensic image that was generated by the artist?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
I'm now showing you, that was 114, I'm now showing you 115. Was this the second photograph that was generated?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm now showing you 116. Is that ultimately a picture of Mindi Mevin next to the second drawing?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you published to the public in order to attempt to try and get any leads?
Yes, ma'am. Let me say I basically was the agency, our public information officer as well as others send it out.
Now, when you ultimately got the information concerning the postmortem, minimum postmortem interval, did that do anything with respect, that range that Dr. Monder gave you, did that do anything with respect to your investigation?
It did.
Can you tell the jury what?
It basically narrowed down the date and timeline for us to be able to compare and look at data. One of the biggest things is the DVR that had been taken into custody from the water pumping station. It had thousands of few-second clips that were together. I was able to call our cyber unit and basically have them narrow down and give me a fewer number of clips to review.
And would that be one of those resources within the GBI that assists you with some of the other technology?
Very much so.
Okay.
Judy, did her parents stay in the courtroom? Are they still here? Like, do they even care? Or are they just as apathetic about the rest of the trial as they were about everything else? What a strange family. I've not seen them. Like, I keep looking for them.
And the cyber, did you call it cyber technology unit?
I
don't know what it's called.
That's essentially what I call it, the cyber crimes. It's G2, 3, or a number like that.
Okay. And did they ultimately process that DVR for you?
They did.
Did they provide you with any still photographs for a time period in connection with this case?
They did.
Now, ultimately, and I'm going a little out of sequence here, did you determine who the unidentified female in the woods was by DNA?
We did.
And who was that?
Mindi, Mevin, Kassotis.
And did you determine who her husband was at that time?
Yes, we did.
As a result of that, did you make efforts to identify whether or not he might have been in some way involved in this case?
We did.
And I'm going to now show you what has previously been admitted as 1.19, the business records from J.C. Lewis Ford. Are you familiar with these records?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And in these records, were you able to determine the vehicle identification number of the vehicle registered to Mr. Kassotis?
Yes, ma'am.
And what state was that vehicle registered in?
Georgia.
Did it have a Georgia tag on the back of it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have the ability to get his Georgia driver's license as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And we've seen that Georgia driver's license. I'm publishing this. Counsel, this is the photograph. That photograph of Nicholas Kassotis, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that vehicle was purchased by him, is that right?
That's correct.
And that purchase and sales contract reflected the vehicle identification number?
That's correct.
Did it also indicate to you the color, make, and model?
Yes, ma'am.
And when it indicated the color, make, and model, did that do anything with respect to your reviewing of the footage from the Riceboro pumping station?
It did.
Why was that important to you?
It was able to narrow down a time frame of when a similar vehicle had passed that particular water pumping station or security camera.
Okay, I'm now going to show the witness 1.21, 22, 23, and 24. Show them to counsel. And at this time, when you saw these, did it have a timestamp on there as to when that vehicle was in the vicinity of that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm now going to show that on the screen, if I may. what timestamp was that initially observed?
11/16/21 on November the 29th of 2022.
To be fair, in all of that hunting territory, are there other cameras on the roadway other than the one that we see here?
On the roadway, there's another at the end of the roadway, but that's it.
Okay. Was that operational on that date?
That one appeared to have been struck by lightning. We gathered it as well, but was unable to recover anything.
So you looked.
Yes,
And that camera captured that vehicle, is that correct?
the water pumping station camera.
Thank you
Yes.
for clarifying. So the vehicle that we observe here on this camera, do you have any idea where on the roadways exactly it traveled after it goes out of this vision?
It goes out of frame for approximately 40 minutes and then returns back in front, going back in the opposite direction.
Okay. Are there any cameras inside of the hunting territory on the roadways in the hunting territory?
They're not.
Okay. And I'm now showing you 1.22. Does that show it further into the frame?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be fair to say that's a couple seconds later?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you indicated it passed back sometime 40 minutes later, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now showing 1.23. Is that the one that we're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time is that seen?
It's at 12 and with 13 seconds.
Okay. And did that appear to you to be the same vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
I'm now showing you 1.24.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the same at a different position in the roadway?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have the actual videos that we talked about with Mr. Glover?
Yes, ma'am. They were preserved on a DVR.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to seek to publish 1.25, the two clips. I may have just a moment. We can turn that on, thank you. Oh, I have to turn this off first. Is this the portion of the video clip that we attempted to watch with Mr. Glover?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's hope it works now. And what did you observe there?
A log truck or a timber truck.
Did you see that same vehicle that we captured the screenshots from?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be fair to say that this was the actual segment of the original video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was there a second segment that captures it going back the other direction?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now going to seek to play that second exhibit now, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you. that the second portion that you observed?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now stopping at 12 and 22 seconds. Thank you. Now, you took screenshots, and we saw them here, is that right?
I have hundreds of screenshots.
Did you try to figure out who was behind the driver's seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Zoom in?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ask cybersecurity to do everything they could to try and enhance or blow that up?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
What happened when you tried to blow it up or zoom in?
It was distorted, but I was able to discern some information from it.
Okay, what did you observe?
I observed a white male in the vehicle, but I couldn't identify the white male.
As a result of that, was that enough for you to take warrants at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you took warrants on that day, or do you know when?
No, it was an addition.
Okay, so let's go through the rest of that.
Yes.
Ultimately, when you determined that that vehicle was present at the location, did you secure any of the phone records in connection with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And we heard some testimony from Agent Bernie of the FBI, is that correct?
The phone records actually came later. I took the warrants before the phone records returned.
Okay, so if we can, let's go back just then a little bit. You indicated that ultimately you developed the leads through the forensic sketches,
That's
correct?
And DNA, yes.
And DNA. Tell us how it came to be that you found out about the DNA.
The DNA was a lead provided to us by the gene-to-gene that you had heard, which we identified Miss Betsy Mebane, the mother, and were able to go and get her DNA to compare.
And ultimately, did you get a result from the identification of Mrs. Betsy Mebane and your unidentified female?
We did. The report was actually issued on the May the 10th, but I was not notified until May the 11th of 2023.
And at that time, once you identified that it was Mrs. Mindi Kassotis, did that further enhance your position of taking warrants?
Yes, ma'am, but I'd already taken the warrants at that point too.
Okay. What other information at that point had you received concerning Mr. Kassotis in connection with this case?
And you mean at the time of arrest warrants?
Yes, sir.
At the time of arrest warrants, I had received the information through the interviews with Mindy's mother and father, as well as information from our intelligence unit and the FBI intelligence unit and the Pennsylvania State Police of name changes, tag changes, in addition to other information such as car wash records and things like that had led me to believe there was probable cause to apply for a warrant.
Okay. And at that time, did you also have Home Depot?
I did.
You had the records from Home Depot through Detective Frost?
Yes, ma'am.
And if I can, just one moment.
I keep smelling something, and I think it's me. Not me, but cat treat on me. I have to change clothes before we go to town tonight. Ugh, shadow. All over the place, girlfriend. Yeah, but I'd want to be there though, to at least, well, maybe not. But at least for the outcome. For the verdict, if nothing else. But I guess they could watch it from home and turn it off if it doesn't be too much. That might be better. Maybe we should do this on the desk anymore, Shadow. Messy kitty. Ugh.
You saw business records concerning the receipt from November 29th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that from what location?
Home Depot on Victory Drive in Savannah.
Okay. And you also saw a photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now I'm going to ask, Your Honor, that we display the image of just the receipt for the moment.
That maybe?
This is on 1.101. It's in evidence as the business business records. Is that the receipt that you observed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it have a date and time?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And what date was that?
11/29/2022 at 8:56:33 a.m.
And did it indicate the location of that store?
Store number 170 at 1901 East Victory Drive in Savannah.
And did it indicate what was purchased?
It says MKE smooth blade insulation knife.
And did it indicate who the customer was that purchased that knife?
Nichola Kassotis.
Thank you. I'm now asking to display this record from the business records
I don't think that's.
from Home Depot.
Mom's hair was a lot shorter.
Can you tell us what is depicted underneath his left armpit?
It appears to be a red knife similar to the one found at the scene. Matching the receipt would be an MKE insulation knife or a Milwaukee insulation knife.
And behind you, Agent Sands, is the knife that was introduced into evidence. Can you please grab that?
He's so. Yeah, I didn't really think about it like that. Yeah, they could watch from home, and then if it got into too much, they could turn it off. I was thinking more like the kind of, I don't know if it was apathy, maybe not apathy, maybe they just really trusted him. I
Can you
don't
take those
know.
out for us, please?
They just didn't
What
ask
exhibit
questions.
number is that?
I'm a question asker.
State's
Like, I need
Exhibit
to know everything about
1.13.
it.
Thank you. Can you show that to the jury, please?
I've always thought that was nosy.
Inside of the sheath, please. Yes.
I've always thought of myself as a nosy
And
person.
that black sheath, what did you think was underneath, from your observations, the arm of Mr. Kassotis in that image?
A similar knife to this one.
Okay? And based on that receipt that we just observed, you can sit down, thank you.
Okay.
What type of knife is the one that's in your hand?
It has Milwaukee on the label, so a Milwaukee insulation knife.
Thank you. Now, concerning November 28th of 2022, did you determine whether or not Mr. Kassotis made any other purchases of knives?
Yes, ma'am.
What knives did he purchase?
Hunting
It was either Rob or Ian. I don't remember which one. Call it the jail diet.
kit from Bass Pro Shops.
Okay. And was that the information that we saw Ms. Satcher from the crime laboratory talk about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what date was that purchased?
The 28th, which would have been the day before.
Of 2022?
That's correct.
Was that information corroborated in any other fashion?
Yes, the vehicle records and the phone records actually show the area in the same way.
Okay. And did you rely upon that information when securing your warrants?
I had already secured the warrants when I received that information.
Okay. So that was additional information you discovered?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And ultimately, just so we're clear, during the course of Mrs. Kassotis or Mindi's autopsy, did they determine an approximate height and weight for her?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a result, I apologize, can you tell us approximately how tall she was?
5'9"
And approximately how much did she weigh?
Between 185 and 200 pounds.
And would it be fair to say that during the course of the autopsy, they weigh the different portions of the remains?
That's correct.
Is that all documented on the autopsy report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so would it be fair to say that you knew exactly how much each of those portions of her remains weighed?
Yes, ma'am.
I was gonna say that same thing. Yeah.
Now, you indicated that you secured a DNA sample from Mrs. Betsy Mebane, is that correct?
That's correct.
At the time you spoke with her, did she indicate to you if she had any other daughters other than just Mindi?
She did not.
Now, when you spoke with Mrs. Mebane and Mr. Frank Mebane, her parents, when did you first speak with them?
The first time would have been May the 2nd, and then Mr. Frank was a few days later.
Okay. Where did you speak with her?
At her office at a law firm in Savannah.
Okay. And when you went to speak with her, can you tell the jury, was that difficult to accomplish?
Yes, ma'am. We'd initially received information that the FBI had reached out and tried to attempt to locate her at Hilton Head, as well as made phone calls. So we actually traveled to Savannah to the law firm. I spoke with the receptionist, and the receptionist had called upstairs to where she was working, and the receptionist, we waited and waited, and then a few minutes later, the receptionist said, "Oh, there she is there," and went and called her as she's leaving.
Okay. And when she called her as she was leaving, did you have a chance to speak with her?
We did.
Did you have any difficulty with that initial conversation?
Yes, ma'am. We had to verify who we were. She really didn't understand exactly who we were at that time.
And can you tell the jury, at that time, did you know what Mrs. Mebane thought was the condition of her daughter?
After the interview, I did, but prior to that, no.
Okay. Was she aware that her daughter was deceased?
Yes, she was.
Did she indicate, without telling us exactly what was said, if she knew when she had passed?
She did.
Okay. And who had provided her with that information?
Nichola Kassotis.
Okay. And did she, at that time, when you spoke with her, you said it was May, what date?
Would have been May the 2nd.
Okay.
Of 2023.
Thank you. When you spoke with her on May the 2nd of 2023, did she indicate to you the status of what she believed was Mr. Kassotis' condition?
She did.
And what was his condition at that time?
She believed he was deceased.
And did she provide you with any of the emails that you saw here in the court concerning his death?
She did.
At that time, did you advise her his living conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Was she surprised?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, why was it important to you to know when Mr. and Mrs. Mebane believed that Mindi had passed?
To determine when it had happened.
Okay?
Yes.
And so you've heard testimony here in the courtroom that they believed she had died on December 1st of 2022. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And at that point, based on the entomologist, what steps in your investigation did you believe had already occurred?
At that point, as far as our investigation goes, we were in the process of searching for him.
Okay. For who is him?
Mr. Kassotis.
Okay. And did her parents' information assist you in limiting the timeline as to her death as well?
It did.
Okay. And had Mr. Frank advised you of when the last time he had seen her?
Yes, ma'am.
And had Mrs. Mebane also advised you as to when she had last seen her daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you at that time have any reason to believe that anyone other than Mr. Kassotis had been with Mrs. Mindi?
I did not.
As far as you knew, was there anyone else with opportunity, with access to her at that time?
Not according to the defendant.
Okay. And specifically, were you able to determine a time frame with respect to when you believed that she had passed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you know for sure exactly where in your investigation or when she died?
I did not.
Okay. When you were investigating this case, did you attempt to limit that as much as possible?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a result, where did you take the warrants?
Liberty County.
Why did you take the warrants in Liberty County?
At that part, in that determination, through consultation with the district attorney's office, as well as my past experience with other cases, venue resided where the body was at the time when you can't determine an exact location of death.
So as you sit here, did you have lots of speculation as to what you thought might have happened without telling us what it was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But ultimately, without a definitive answer, where did you rely on for that?
And where the torso was located in Liberty County.
Okay. Was other portions of her remains in different counties?
Yes, ma'am.
What county?
McIntosh County.
Okay. And at that point, why did you determine Liberty as opposed to McIntosh?
They're in the same judicial circuit, and her torso, which was the initial discovery, was in Liberty County.
Now, did you confirm with Mr. and Mrs. Mebane their whereabouts at the time leading up to December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you believe they were at the time?
At one point, Mr. Mebane was in surgery. Prior to that, they were in Hilton Head.
And do you know where in Hilton Head they were, with whom?
They had a condo, which we had the address of, which is the initial address that was provided of us. And then at that point is when they returned back for Mr. Mebane to have surgery.
And did you confirm that information?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be fair to say that they had to be ruled out as suspects as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you in fact do that by corroborating that information?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if Mrs. Mebane had been working that week of after Thanksgiving?
No, ma'am, not until I heard her testimony.
Okay. So ultimately, when they came back, meaning Mr. and Mrs. Mebane, did they return to the dwelling as far as you knew?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you spoke with them, is that when you learned of the location where they were residing?
Yes, ma'am.
As a result of that, what did you do?
We had went to that location. Actually, the team of agents prior to me arriving had went to the location and interviewed the Airbnb, Ms. Hanson that you heard from, and began processing that particular residence.
Okay. And when you processed that residence at that time, was that attempting to determine what, if anything, may have happened there?
That's correct.
Okay. When you ultimately had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Kassotis himself, we watched those in court, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those the entire interviews in their entirety?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Okay. Did Mr. Kassotis also indicate that Mindy's parents had gone to Hilton Head and were away for that time period?
He did.
So that was in his own words?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you went once you were able to get Dr. Monder's report and speak with Mrs. and Mr. Mebane, Mindy's parents, did you go back and reevaluate all the leads you had in this case?
Yes, ma'am. We looked over all of it.
Okay. And initially, you heard Detective Frost testify that he had determined that Mr. Kassotis had purchased the knife as early as December 7th of 2022. You knew that in your investigation, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Why was that not important to you initially?
Initially, he had contacted, and Detective Frost had ran that information out and had contacted Mindy's brother. And at that time, he felt like it wasn't necessary.
Okay. And ultimately, did you know that it was Mindi Kassotis back on December 7th of 2022?
We did not.
Okay. Now, you've heard testimony concerning the Airbnb, is that correct?
That's correct.
And during the course of that testimony, did you have occasion to take side-by-side photographs of the rug from the consent search at that dwelling and the Airbnb location profile pictures?
Profile pictures from the internet, yes, ma'am.
At this time, I'd like to show council 1.109. Did you make a demonstrative aid for this jury of these two rugs side by side?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And I'd like to show that to the witness.
Yes, ma'am. This actually has my name and case number and GBI presentation on the bottom. It was initially prepared to present the case to the district attorney's office, but it's also here. It'll be 1.109.
Thank you. Is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you made it?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the photographs that we just described?
Yes, ma'am.
This time I'd like to tender 1.109.
Any objection?
No objection as a demonstrative.
All right, and it's submitted for demonstrative purposes only.
May I publish?
You may.
Are those the photographs of those two rugs side by side?
Yes, ma'am.
What color backdrop do each of those rugs have? Like the primary portion of the rug, what color is it?
It's a mixed color.
Okay. Is there a cream portion to this rug as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is that present in both of those rugs?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna bring it up to the jury as well, Your Honor. Did you believe that they looked, well, did she, meaning Mrs. Hanson, recognize the difference between these rugs?
She did.
And Mr. Kassotis advised during his interview that he replaced the rug, didn't he?
He did.
Did he say why?
He said that Rusty had gotten sick on the road.
So he replaced it because Rusty got sick on the rug on the right side, correct?
That's correct.
Now, in connection with this case, did you have an opportunity to determine if Mr. Kassotis did anything after December 1st of 2022 when his wife had passed?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us, well, before I go on to that, can you just tell me, we talked about some Airbnb records, is that right?
Yeah.
And
Yes,
we received those, and I say we, law enforcement received those, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review those records for Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you determine who had rented the location at 311 East 65th Street in Savannah?
Yes, ma'am. Nicholas Kassotis.
Not Jim McIntyre?
Not Jim McIntyre.
Not Apis Security?
No, ma'am.
Nicholas Kassotis?
That's correct.
Under his actual name?
That's correct.
And that's in the period of when?
There's a range of times, a range of bank records that indicate that.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that the Airbnb was rented approximately May of 2022?
That's correct. May to June in that area.
Okay. And that was under his real name of Nick Kassotis at the time?
It is, it's repetitive.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were there any payments made by Jim McIntyre on any of the bank records?
No, ma'am.
Any of the Airbnb records?
No, ma'am.
Any Apis Security on any of the bank records?
No, ma'am.
Any of the Airbnb records?
No, ma'am.
Any of the Home Depot records?
No, ma'am.
Now, you indicated that you also got those bank records. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you go through them individually?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you attempt to determine what transactions would be demonstrated on those bank records?
Yes, ma'am.
In conjunction with that, was there a report made of an Excel spreadsheet?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what that was?
It was basically records that were created from the bank records that were, that make them easier or simpler to look over. Our intelligence analysts assisted with that preparation.
And did you have an opportunity to review those records, meaning the Excel spreadsheet?
I did.
Did you compare it to the original bank records?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And would it be fair to say that that would assist this jury perhaps in reviewing the evidence in connection with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I would like to, let me just be clear. You saw it before you testified here today?
I've seen it many times.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I would seek to introduce 1.101 under the folder certified business records, the transaction card for debit card transactions 2022 and 2023 for demonstrative purposes.
No objection for demonstrative purposes.
All right, and they're so admitted.
Thank you.
Excuse me, can I get that exhibit number?
It's on the USB 1.101 in the folder certified business records.
Thank you.
If we can turn that on. Now, is the account number listed in one of these columns?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it list the amount and the purchases?
Yes, ma'am, along with a date.
Okay, just for the purposes of this exhibit, does this exhibit indicate where the purchases start back on October 1st of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And where are those purchases primarily made?
Uber Eats, Savannah, Georgia, Publix, Savannah, Georgia, Taco Bell, Savannah, Georgia, PetSmart, Savannah, Georgia, and Firehouse Sub, Savannah, Georgia.
Would it be fair to say that all of those purchases are within what area?
Savannah, Georgia.
And if you continued through this exhibit, all the way down, I'm scrolling through until November 4th, is there a transaction on November 4th of 2024? Or rather 2022, excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
What was that purchase at what location?
The Home Depot, Savannah, Georgia.
Did that coincide with the reports you received back from Home Depot about a purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was purchased on that date?
And that would have been the shovel purchase.
If I scroll down now, are those purchases still within the Savannah area?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you get down to November 28th of 2022, was there a purchase made on that date?
This is Bass Pro Store, Savannah, Georgia.
And on the 29th, does it show a transaction?
It's Marathon Petro 24, Midway, Georgia.
Okay. Now showing you what I'd like to mark as 1.117. I'm showing it to council. Do you recognize what's depicted here?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That's a photograph, basically with the transaction listed at the bottom, and the store, the Marathon store, located in Midway, Georgia, which is here in Liberty County.
And where is Midway in reference to or relationship to Riceboro?
It's north of Riceboro.
Would that be in between Riceboro and Savannah?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And was there a transaction made at that Marathon gas station?
Yes, ma'am.
What time?
The timestamp,
Or date, just a date.
the date's the 29th,
Okay.
but I don't recall the specific time.
Okay. And that physical location was on November 29th of 2022 at that gas station?
That's correct.
Does that show up in the bank records?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I would seek to tender that exhibit.
Any objection?
That's a demonstrative, correct? No objection, that's a demonstrative, Your Honor.
I have no objection to it being demonstrative. May I publish?
I think it's admitted as a limitation. You may proceed.
Now, this bottom portion here, the clip, the white section, what is that?
That's the screenshot of the bank record,
And the photograph on the left and the right side up top, what is that?
of the store itself.
And do you know whether or not this card associated with this account was utilized at this store?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know that?
It came back in the records, bank records for Nick Kassotis.
And those bank records that are displayed here on the bottom, those belong to Mr. Kassotis?
That's correct.
Now, I'd like to scroll down to December 1st of 2022. If you can tell us if there was anything that was interesting in your investigation concerning the activities of the card after December 1st of 2022.
Yes, ma'am. There was a tidal wave, Savannah, Georgia car wash.
What date was that?
December 1st, 2022.
And does it indicate when that posted to the account?
Yes, ma'am. It posted the following day on December 2nd.
And prior to your testimony here today, did you have an opportunity to get a clip from the bank records for that date and transaction?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing the witness, if I may, 1.110. Did you also have occasion to try to track the vehicle itself on December 1st and 2nd of 2022?
Yes, ma'am. With the assistance of our intelligence analysts, we were able to track the vehicle for a specific and got a photograph of it that day.
How do you know it's the same vehicle?
Based on the tag number and the vehicle registration prepared by our intelligence analyst.
And you saw the records for that vehicle here in court, is that correct?
That's correct.
And was that the license plate associated with that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
That being the 2022 green Ford Explorer?
That's correct.
And were you able to make any observations with respect to that photograph that was important to your investigation?
Yes, ma'am. The vehicle had appeared to have been recently washed.
Is that a photograph of the material that you received?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you received concerning that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a portion of the Renaissance Bank records already in evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I would seek to tender that exhibit as a demonstrative aid.
No objection as a demonstrative.
All right, it's admitted for that purpose.
Was there anything interesting about the tires on this car?
Yes, ma'am. It appeared the vehicle had recently been washed.
Could you tell, what was the weather conditions like leading up to December 1st and 2nd of 2022?
It had rained.
How were the roads out in the Portal Hunting Club on those dates?
Portions of them had began to dry, but there were portions that were very wet.
Is there any mud on these tires?
No, ma'am.
And that car had recently been through the tidal wave car wash, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
After December 1st and 2nd of 2022, can you tell if there was a change in the transaction record for the Renaissance Bank account records attributed to Mr. Kassotis?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that?
We see on the 7th of Cottonwood, Alabama, then Jacksonville, Florida on the 6th, Orange, Florida on the 7th, Tennessee on the 8th, Illinois on the 8th again, St. Louis, Missouri on December 9th, Jacksonville, Florida on December the 7th, and Prattville, Alabama is back to St. Louis, Missouri on the 10th. Target in Brentwood, Missouri on, let me make sure I get the green light, on the 12th. Chesterfield, Missouri, the 13th. And then in Greenville, Indiana on the 15th.
How far are those locations from Savannah, Georgia?
Quite a ways.
Are they close to each other?
No, ma'am.
To your knowledge, based on the records, were there any transactions for anywhere outside of Georgia from October 1st of 2022 through till December of 2022?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. You can turn it off.
Jacksonville's a few hours.
Your Honor, for the purposes of this portion of my presentation, I've printed out 1.101, the Renaissance Bank records for the account ending in 141. I'm showing them to counsel. I've marked them as 1.101 Renaissance. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I think the computer all day was.
May you, Madam Clerk?
He was talking to Sam.
This is in evidence. I'm publishing the first page of this document. Can you tell us whose account this was?
Nicholas Kassotis.
And if I scroll down on that first page,
Maybe he was buying other women's stuff.
oh, one moment.
Maybe there was somebody before Sam. You never know.
Does it indicate that that account was opened? Date opened?
Yes, ma'am, 5/27 of 22.
So on May 27th of 2022, this account was opened in what name?
Nicholas Kassotis.
Not Nicholas Stark,
That's correct.
Nicholas Kassotis. And the clips that we've shown in those demonstrative aids that you just I just showed to the jury, are they from these records?
Yes, ma'am.
And will these records, they're already in evidence, correct?
That's correct.
You can turn that off, thank you. Now, after
Like 2.5.
December 1st of 2022, did you determine if Mr. Kassotis made any efforts to secure additional driver's licenses?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I'm showing council 1.105. .106, 1.107, 1.108. I'm also showing him 1.111 and 1.112. I'm going to start with 1.105, 1.107, and 1.108. Can you tell us what these three records are?
So 1.105 is Georgia Driver Services, driver's license, Nicholas James Kassotis, or Kassotis.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to tender those three exhibits. They're all certified copies, and counsel's been provided.
The three are which numbers?
1.105, 1.107, and 1.106?
Eight.
Eight. Thank you.
5, 7, and 8? No
Yes.
objection.
Right there, admitted.
Can you tell us what was the driver's license for Georgia in that case?
The Georgia driver's license was issued for Nicholas James Kassotis, issued on July the 26th of 2022.
And that was July 26th of 2022 under the name Kassotis.
That's correct.
Were you able to determine a driving record after December 1st of well, let me back up, after May of 2022, or 2023 rather, my apologies.
Yes, there's a state of Delaware dated July the 24th of 25.
Okay, so I'm going to slow down. Let me make my question more clear. So with Georgia, that record initially indicates that it was issued what date?
The issue date is July the 26th of 2022.
Was there ever a different name on his Georgia driver's license than Mr. Kassotis from the records from the Georgia Department of Driver Services?
No, ma'am.
There was no driver's license with a different name?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now you heard testimony from Miss Samantha Kolyesnik, correct?
That's correct.
And she indicated that Mr. Kassotis provided her with a driver's license. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I'm showing council 1.111. May I approach her?
You may.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Where did you receive that driver's license from, or the photograph?
From Ms. Kolsnick.
Okay. And was there anything on there that was important to your investigation?
Yes, ma'am. Basically, looking at the last name, that's not consistent with the Georgia driver's license information that I had been provided. And you can see a faint, in the background, a faint area that can tell this license appears to be altered.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the paperwork that Ms. Koliesnik gave you?
That's correct.
And did you put any markings on that?
There's an arrow pointing to that area where you start to see basically where the image had been changed.
At this time, I would seek to tender 1.111 as a demonstrative aid.
As demonstrative.
All right,
And I publish.
it's admitted.
I'm going to actually ask that this be published and they can look at it. Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, you indicated that the driver's license for Georgia was July of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
After December 1st of 2022, can you tell the jury where was the first place the driver's license got changed?
There's a state of Delaware driving record.
Okay.
The issue date is 1/13 of 2023.
And that issue date for 1/13/2023, what name did Mr. Kassotis utilize?
Nicholas James Kassotis.
That was on January 13th of 2023?
That's correct. With a Wilmington, Delaware address.
Prior to that, had Mr. Kassotis already changed his name legally anywhere else?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to now show the witness 1.106. Do you recognize this certified document?
I want to style her hair for her.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is that?
That is a document where he changed his name to Nicholas James, from Nicholas James Kassotis to Nicholas Stark.
And what day did he seek his name change?
This was filed on January the 4th of 2023 in the Circuit Court of St. Louis County.
At this time, I'd seek to tender 1.106, Your Honor.
Any objection? No objection. It is admitted.
Thank you. So you said that this was January 4th of 2023, is that right?
That's correct.
And on January 13th, he used the name Kassotis for Delaware?
That's correct.
Was that after he had already secured Missouri?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to publish this. Did Mr. Kassotis have to provide any information on that application to change his name in Missouri?
Yes, ma'am.
If you could, excuse me. We'll go ahead and give you the break. I understand a couple of the jurors could use it.
That's fine.
I think it's been 2.5 hours. So y'all can step out with the bailiff and we'll take a short recess.
Oh, that sounds pretty. Let me see if I can find the picture of what I'm making. No, because that would be ridiculous. Because StreamYard is a greedy hog for my bandwidth and won't let me do anything else at all. I wish this one was bigger. It's like a twin-size bed blanket. I think if it comes out nice, I might make another one and double the size. I thought I had a picture of it somewhere. Maybe not. There it is. See, it's just like a twin bed size blanket. And I'm doing red instead of pink. It's Minnie Mouse. I'm on a Minnie Mouse kick right now. But I wanted a blanket. The whole dining room floor? Wow. Blanket fort. My husband, he used to constantly complain that I kept it too cold in this house. And then our central AC broke. And he went and bought 2 AC units, window units, one for the living room and one for the bedroom. And whenever the girls come get their junk out of that spare room, he's going to have to buy another one because I'm going to have my studio in there. But anyway, it is so freaking cold in this house now, I can't stand it half the time. So I got to make a bunch of blankets. And I can't turn the AC down because then he argues with me when I get hot and want it turned back up. He says, no, it's comfortable in here. Make up your mind, Travis. Is it hot or is it cold? Would you make up your dang mind? Oh, there's her dad. Isn't that her dad?
Please.
Oh, her mom and dad are there. I did see them. So, I'd rather just not touch it because then I don't have to argue with him about turning it up when I get, or turning it down, however way you say it, I don't know. Turning it colder when I get hot. Now when I get cold, I just cover up. I've been wearing winter pajamas every night. In August, in Florida. I'm making blankets for my skirt. It's easier than arguing over the temperature in the house. At least I don't have to pay, what was the price? Something like $8,000 for a new central AC unit.
All right, everyone, please be seated. Council, you may continue.
Thank you.
Yeah, mom and dad are there. I saw both of them.
Agent Sands, when we left off, I believe we were talking about the Missouri name change. I'm going to direct your attention to the monitor. May I turn that on, please? Thank you. This is Exhibit 1.106 in evidence. So, a filed date on it.
Yes, ma'am. January the 4th, 2023.
And was that for a particular petitioner?
Nicholas James Kassotis.
And in there, does it indicate what his date of birth was?
Judy, what are you talking about?
Over here. Can you see that? Oh, you cannot. My apologies.
6/3 of 1982.
Does
Your
it indicate a
outside
location
cat
of
got
birth?
beat up?
New Hampshire.
Now turning to the second page. Does it indicate who the petitioner is as the signature for this?
Nicholas Kassotis.
Okay. And is there a checkbox under 6?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically, the second checkbox? I'm going to ask if you can read that to
Okay.
the jury, that second checkbox.
It says, no notice of change of name is to be published because this petitioner is the victim of a crime based upon domestic violence as defined in 455.010 RSMO, or the victim of child abuse as defined in 210.1110 RMSO, or the victim of abuse by a family or household member as defined in 455.010 RSMO.
What does that do looking at his Pepsi like that? Oh. Oh.
At the back of this exhibit,
Thought you were talking about your outside cat.
is there an attached police report?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is that police report from?
The Savannah Police Department in Savannah, Georgia.
Who does it allege is the victim in that report?
Um, The victim is identified as Nichola Kassotis.
And who is the perpetrator alleged in that report?
Wayne Kassotis.
Would that be the basis for the domestic violence allegation for the sealing of those records?
Is added to this report.
And who would have submitted those documents in conjunction with that petition?
Nichola Kassotis.
That police report, can you tell us when it's from, actually? Apologies.
Oh, it's
The date?
pancake. Okay.
There's a range of dates from 9/3 of 2022 to 10/1 of 22, but the approval date is 10/4 of 22. The reported date is 10/3 of 22.
So reported date would be when the report was filed with Savannah?
That's correct. It even has a time of 16:53.
Okay, is there an incident date alleged?
Yes, ma'am, that's the range of dates I mentioned earlier.
Okay, thank you. On page 3, does it indicate one moment.
When I said your name, I was fussing at you.
Actually, page, it says 2 of 5 on the bottom of this exhibit. Does it say the name of mother at the top?
Yes, it says my parents, father or mother, full legal name is Linda Ann Cronin Kassotis.
And on the preceding page, does it say the father's name?
It says my parents' full legal name is Wayne Harry Kassotis.
Was that consistent or inconsistent with the names of his parents listed on the marriage license between him and Samantha Kolyesnik?
That was not consistent.
Thank you. And now, on question 14 and 15, on page 2 of 5, does it tell you where he claimed to reside when he filed that petition?
It says I reside in the state of Missouri, number 14, and number 15, I reside in the county of St. Louis.
Does it indicate a checkbox which he asserted under 17 he was the victim of?
So number 17 says check all the boxes that apply, and the box that checked is I'm a victim of a crime based upon domestic violence as defined in 455.010 RSMO.
Wait a minute. What is that? He filed.
Can you tell us what boxes 18 and 19 indicate?
Number 18 says there are no unsatisfied money judgments against me. It's check one of the 2 boxes, and that box is checked. Number 19 says check one of the boxes, and the box.
And what date was this again?
This was filed on January the 4th of 2023.
Thank you.
What are they talking about? I'm lost. I thought they said something about DV charges.
Is that signed by anyone under sign above?
There's a signature and there's a printed name that says Nicholas Kassotis.
Is that the printed name that you're reading?
The printed name's over on the right and it appears to be a signature.
I'm going to physically put that up on the screen. Is that the signature right there that you were referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
And that the print that you were referring to? Is
That's correct.
that notarized?
Yes, ma'am.
That would be sworn to, correct?
That's correct.
That had already been filed, correct, when the Delaware driver's license was sought?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, driver's license. I thought they said DVEL.
Now, during the course of your investigation, did you make efforts to locate any medical records for Mindi Kassotis?
Yes, ma'am. We reached for Medicare or Medicaid, as he said during this interview.
Did you receive any results of records reflecting any services?
We did not.
Did you make efforts to review the path of travel of Mr. Kassotis's phone number, those records from the phone company, and his vehicle in the days of December 1st, 2022?
Yes, ma'am, with the assistance of other agents that were assisting.
Did you ever yourself drive those locations?
Some of the locations, yes.
Were you able to find a birthing center in the vicinity of the areas described by Mr. Kassotis?
I was not.
Did you ever have an address?
I did not.
Did you have a name of that location?
I did not.
Do you have any doctor's names?
I did not.
Do you have any medical records?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever make an effort to determine what happened to Mr. Kassotis's vehicle that he advised you had gone up in flames?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And how did you do that?
Through the Pennsylvania State Police, as well as a search of the vehicle identification number.
Okay. And as a result, did you find a claim?
We did.
And what company was that with?
Cure Insurance.
When we say cure, you mean C-U-R-E?
C-U-R-E.
Okay. Did they send you the records for that?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
And were those business records?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'd seek to tender these exhibits as they were previously indicated as noticed business records for cure.
No objection.
They are, my apologies, Your Honor. They are listed on USB 1.101 under the folder cure. I'd now seek to publish those, Your Honor.
You may.
Is that the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be fair to say that you received those pictures directly from Cure?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they send you a series of photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now going to shift through them. If you could just tell us if these are in fact the photographs that you received from Cure. Images 1.jpg,
Yes, ma'am.
2.jpg, 3.jpg,
Yes.
4.jpg,
Yes.
5.jpg,
Yes.
6.jpg,
Yes.
7.jpg,
Yes.
8.jpg,
Yes.
9.jpg,
Yes.
10.jpg,
Yes.
11.jpg,
Yes.
and is that the actual indicator that provided the screenshot?
Yes. Now, this was independent from the Cure records, this screenshot.
Okay. How did you secure that document? Do
We
you turn
actually
that off?
searched the VIN on Google and found it listed on auction.
Madam Clerk, can you turn that off, please? Thank you. When you reviewed those documents and photographs, do you recall when you received them?
I do not.
Okay. Did they ultimately come in during the course of the investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When Mr. Kassotis had his interviews with you, did you attempt to investigate the information he provided you during the course of those interviews?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And did you run down those leads with respect to different agencies and locations to attempt to confirm that or verify that?
Yes, ma'am, we contacted the Pennsylvania State Police at that time.
And what, if anything, did you request of the Pennsylvania State Police to do?
To review the vehicle even further and to try to make a determination as to what happened with it.
Okay. Were you able to locate a knife inside of that vehicle?
We were not.
Now, the car itself that we talked about, the 2022 Ford Explorer purchased at J.C. Lewis, you saw those records, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any payments for that vehicle from a Jim McIntyre?
No, ma'am.
Were there any payments by Apis Security?
No, ma'am.
And specifically, that was paid for by whom?
Mr. Kassotis.
Your Honor, I have entered some demonstrative exhibits referencing the flock camera photograph with the car that had been connected to December 1st of title and the photographs of the rugs. I am going to seek to introduce the originals without any demonstrative aids for them to the jury, just so that we're clear. They are on 1.101 under photographs, under flock, and 1.101 under photographs, and it lists old rug and replacement rug.
No objection.
All right, they're admitted.
Thank you.
No, that's Netflix.
My apologies, just one moment, Your Honor.
They take my money and they never wonder why I don't ever watch it. Unless Jill texts me and says,
Now,
gotta watch this
ultimately,
show.
did you learn of an individual by the name of Samantha Kolyesnik?
I did.
And did you receive the text message exchanges between Ms. Kolyesnik and Mr. Kassotis?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Were you aware of when those communications had initiated?
Back in October of 2022.
Was that before or after Mrs. Mebane Kassotis was deceased?
Before.
And where did you receive those text messages from?
From Ms. Kolsnick via email.
And ultimately, did you determine the information she provided here in this courtroom concerning their courtship,
Yes, ma'am.
their engagement,
Yes, ma'am.
and their marriage?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you secure the records concerning that from her?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you aware of that information?
Yes, ma'am.
Why was that important to your investigation?
As in,
The information that you had about from Mrs., at the time, Mrs. Kassotis, now Samantha Kolyesnik.
the name had changed actually at that time to Stark, and the other name changes in the continuation. The relationship began before and continued till they got married and other information.
My apologies. So she was never Kassotis, she was Mrs. Stark at the time.
That's correct.
Okay. And she's now not,
That's
correct?
correct.
Can you explain to the jury how you ultimately found Mr. Kassotis at the end of your investigation?
The assistance of the FBI and the U.S. Marshal Service, as well as records that you heard provided from the Airbnb by Special Agent Christian Johnson, those worked kind of together in conjunction to end up leading to the arrest.
Now, ultimately, when he was arrested, you had the opportunity to speak to him, right?
The following day, yes.
Okay, and we watched that interview, correct?
That's correct.
When you had the opportunity to speak with him, he indicated to you that Mr. McIntyre had been the one providing him with funds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was his source of income, correct?
That's correct.
Did he at any time advise you in reference to Cameron Nelson?
He did not.
Or the $199,000 approximately that they provided to him?
He did not. Can I clarify? He did mention Cameron Nelson, but nothing about the financial assistance.
Okay. And with respect to that, did you make an effort to determine what funds he had access to?
We did.
And is that part of why you secured the Renaissance Bank records?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you secured those Renaissance Bank records, did you determine if there was a very large deposit of some sort?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that?
It was around $300,000 in June.
At this time, I'm going to seek to mark 1.118 and show it to the witness. I've shown it to counsel. Can I approach?
Yes.
What are those, sir?
This is the business records. Two pages. From Sony Pictures Entertainment Incorporated.
Are those the business records with regards to Sony, you said?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I consider those records as business records notice has been served on those for 1.118.
No objection.
What did you determine with respect to that $300,000 transaction?
It was in regard to a sale of a short story.
Who sold the short story?
Nichola Stark, as Nick Morfox, which we determined to be Mr. Nicholas Kassotis.
Okay, and who did he sell the story to?
Sony,
And for how much?
$300,000.
Was that his share of the proceeds of the transaction?
That's correct.
What I mean is, there was an agent too, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so his portion that received, did you try to verify whether or not that money went into his actual account?
Yes,
And did it?
yes.
If I can have just one moment, Your Honor. Might actually be easier on the physical exhibit. May I? Just so I show counsel the same page. Do you see the notation of the deposit or the addition at the very bottom of this page?
Excuse me. Yes, ma'am, I do.
How much money was deposited?
On 6/22, there was a direct deposit for $300,000.
And whose account did that go into?
Nicholas Kassotis.
And the story that Mr. Kassotis sold, is that included in Exhibit 1.118?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Can you tell us, is that story there in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am, my understanding.
And that story that was sold to Sony, you heard reference to it from prior witnesses, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know what the plot of that story was?
The title is My Mother-in-Law Was Poisoning Me or Killing Me.
Okay. And did it concern the death or the alleged death of an individual?
It did.
And is that in there in its entirety?
That's correct.
So he really did sell a
And that
story?
check was received and deposited, you said what date?
June the 22nd,
Of what year?
2022.
Would it be fair to say that where that check came from?
Yes.
Where did that check come
It
from?
was a direct deposit from, and the title's internet, but it ends up being the Sony based on the document, Sony Entertainment.
Okay. Is there any reference to Jim McIntyre anywhere in there?
There is not.
Did you ever make an effort to locate Jim McIntyre?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Can you tell the jury what you did?
I asked our intelligence analysts to search. There was a number of them around the country with the same name or people. There was football coaches, different people of different, right? But there was only one in this area. I'm in the Savannah area.
And that person, did you speak to them?
I did. He was near the law firm where Miss Mindi works. So we went and talked to him at his office.
Can you tell us what did he look like? Age?
An older gentleman in his 60s.
So he wasn't in his 40s.
No, he was not.
Do you know what he did for a living?
He worked for a company, he managed a company that sold dental implants around the world.
Did you verify if Mindy's implant might have been with him?
He actually searched the records while I was there.
And was it?
There was no record.
Could you identify any connection between that Jim McIntyre to this case?
I could not.
Now, you went through these bank records, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any purchases that appeared to be consistent with a baby on the way?
No, ma'am.
No cribs?
No crib.
No furniture?
No, ma'am.
Any children's clothing that stores Bye Bye Baby, anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Bye Bye Baby. There's a store called Bye Bye Baby.
In connection with this case, was a death certificate ever issued?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that issued at what point?
Here in Liberty County.
And when was that, do you know?
As far as specific date, I don't, but it would have been after the autopsy, the identification. It takes a little bit of a process to go through.
If you were deceased in the state of Georgia at a medical facility, would a death certificate generate?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any other death certificate on file for Mindi Kassotis?
Not only did we check for death certificates, we actually contacted the coroner's office in Chatham and surrounding counties in an attempt to determine was there one in process.
And was there?
No.
Did you ever try to track down the red-headed man in Riceboro?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
I actually rode in the area based on the description. I knew there were no homes in that road, but basically went in that area just to see if anybody matching that description or any residents in that description was in the area.
And did you find anybody?
No, ma'am. There are no houses on that road.
Okay. And did you check the roads that you saw compared to the mapping that Agent Bernie provided?
Yes, ma'am. All the hunting roads we rode for days. In addition to, we flew over them with.
Any lawsuits in conjunction with his wife's untimely death?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any?
No, ma'am.
And Mr. Kassotis indicated that when his wife was mistakenly cremated, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he indicate if anybody that he notified about her death was invited to her spreading of ashes?
He did not.
Did he indicate whether he was there alone or with anyone?
He implied he was alone at the time.
And I just want to make sure there's a timeline. Could you find any evidence of a cashier's check for $800,000+?
No, ma'am.
And you went through the bank records of the time period in connection with that?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Now, you heard testimony from Ms. Nelson that she provided funds to Mr. Kassotis over approximately a 2-year period. Is that right?
That's correct.
And do you know when Mr. Kassotis stayed at Frank IV and Megan's property? Was that before or after the money from Cameron Nelson?
That would have been before. Before.
Before she was providing resources?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know how long he stayed with them?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay.
I don't recall.
And at some point subsequently, they came down to Savannah?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that be right around the time when the money came in from Sony?
Yes, that would have been in June.
Okay. And at that point, did you determine when specifically he, meaning Mr. Kassotis, and Heather Thomas had their divorce?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get the records concerning their divorce?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Were you aware of the outstanding monies that were due?
Yes, ma'am.
And would it be fair to say that you heard that testimony concerning approximately $1,590,000, 90 plus 10, I guess, so total $1.6 million?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there still a warrant out for his arrest concerning those records?
Yes, ma'am.
And specifically, counsel introduced these records through Ms. Thomas. Those would be states 2.45 A, B, C, D, and E. Is that right?
I'd have to see them.
It's okay.
Lots of numbers. Yes, ma'am, that would be correct.
And were you aware of that prior to Mr. Kassotis being apprehended or after?
I was aware before.
I can have just a moment. I have nothing further.
Mr. Weinstein?
Could I see that last set of exhibits?
It's fine.
Are we gonna get across today? This is the longest we've gone, I think. Prosecution was supposed to rest today.
Good afternoon, Agent Sands.
Good afternoon.
Oh,
I
so
know
you're
that
not
we're at the
today.
end of a long day. So, let me ask you a question regarding changes. Do you know how long it takes a name change to filter through the Social Security system?
I do not.
Let me ask you about the interview that you conducted with Mr. Kassotis. You conducted 2 interviews with him, correct?
That's correct.
And you were there for both of those interviews, except for maybe the last portion of the second interview, correct?
That's correct.
Where did the first interview take place?
The first interview was in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
And do you know what conditions that Mr. Kassotis was kept in prior to being interviewed?
I do not.
Are you aware that there were mice in his cell?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Just going to sustain the objection and ask the jury to just completely disregard that question. Please move on.
Yes, Your Honor. You're not aware of the conditions. What about his transport before he came down here to the Liberty County Sheriff's Office? Can you tell us about his transport?
I was not present during the transport. I knew it was by airplane.
Do you know the logistics?
I do not.
Do you know when he was woken up to be transported down here?
I did not.
Do you know when he arrived?
That would be denoted at the interview time because he had just arrived when the interview was conducted.
So prior to the interview being conducted, he had just been flown down here from up there, correct?
That's correct. He was flown into Savannah and then actually driven to the Liberty County Sheriff's Office and was interviewed almost immediately.
He was not given an opportunity to rest or recover, correct?
He was not.
Let me ask you some more questions about those interviews. As a law enforcement officer, are you permitted by law to lie to suspects during the course of an interrogation?
Objection, Your Honor.
This asks for the witness to make a legal conclusion.
Well, let me rephrase it then. In the course of your training, are you trained that at times you can lie to a suspect during an interrogation?
Yes.
And
That's correct.
that is
And they used the word lie, but yeah. But you can.
mislead?
That's correct.
Okay, let's say mislead then.
That's correct.
I'll stick to that language. And when I say you, I'm going to be referring to, in the course of the interrogation, to both you and Investigator Frost.
Okay.
You recall telling my client, telling Mr. Kassotis, that there'd been a logging truck in front of him going down that road, correct?
Yes, sir.
You cannot ask him questions about what Investigator Frost did. Because every time a cop on the stand says we, the lawyer will say, no, I don't want to know what we did. I want to know what you did. You cannot ask him questions about what you and Frost did. You have to ask questions about what he did. You had a chance to ask Frost questions. You should have asked him what you wanted to ask him when he was on the stand. I feel bad that I gave Weinstein props earlier about not going too hard because he just screwed everything up.
I do.
And there was going to be an identification based on that logging truck. That logging truck could identify him down that road. He had been spotted.
Yes, that's what appeared on camera.
What about that he had left DNA at the scene where Mindy's body was located?
I don't recall that specific wording.
Weinstein knows that too.
Okay. Tell me if this sounds correct or incorrect.
He wants
And
to
this is
agree
you
if it's not.
specifically,
Okay.
Agent Sands. You said, quote, the 45 minutes that you spent there at one location with the tubs, and then Investigator Frost interjected, and the knife, and then you said your DNA. Do you recall that?
Oh, yes, sir, I did.
Okay. At another portion of the interview, tell me if you recall this, you said your elaborate story of on the run all this time and all the periods of stuff and the web of lies, why is it so different than what happened with her? And the records show, the evidence shows, the DNA shows. Why is all that? Is you're being set up? Is that what you're saying? And he responded, I don't know, sir. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
What's the value of misleading a suspect during an interrogation?
We can call that misleading because there was information in there, but just to see reactions a lot of time.
And that's often beneficial for you, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Does misleading in general oftentimes lead to a suspect eventually confessing
I wouldn't say that.
as part of it, as part of the entire interrogation?
No, I would not say that.
Okay. Mr. Kassotis never confessed during the interrogations, correct?
No, sir.
Do you recall telling Mr. Kassotis that you had evidence of his car starting and stopping at the various scenes where Mrs. Kassotis' body was found?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you also told him that you would get his Proton emails and you'd be able to remove encryption and find out what's on those emails, correct?
No, sir, I didn't say remove encryption.
Be able to investigate and see what are in those emails.
Yeah, we had those emails at that time.
Okay. And were you able to read those emails?
As far as read them, yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you some more about the testing that was performed on various pieces of evidence.
Okay.
Now,
He didn't test them.
resided in Savannah, correct, where the Kassotis resided.
That's correct.
No test was ever ordered for the blood on that floor, correct?
When you say ordered,
Did you request any DNA analysis of the blood on that floor?
specific to that floor, I did not.
Okay. Are you aware of anyone, and I'm going to call them your team because you're in charge, are you aware of anyone on your team requesting DNA analysis of the blood on that floor?
That question was answered by the actual tester, but I would be willing to answer that as well. But yes, it was.
What about the DNA on the wall?
Yes, it was.
I'm sorry, the blood on the wall.
Yes.
And what was the result of what you found on the wall?
It was not tested, the bottom, you're talking about the floor or the wall?
Let's talk about the wall.
There was not enough for the wall.
What about on the floor?
There was testing as far as the crime scene specialist that collected it to show it was blood, but there was no testing following up on it.
Do you recall that, you sat here, you heard all the testimony, and I know you know this case inside and out.
I remember, but
Do you recall that there were, the blood that was found on the futon, it contained DNA that was identified as Mindi Kassotis' DNA, correct?
that's correct.
And there was another individual's DNA, correct?
There was a portion of another DNA is what I remember from the testimony, a mixture.
And you collected DNA from my client, correct?
I did.
Did you ever compare the DNA from my client to the other, did you ever have compared the DNA from my client to the DNA that was on the futon?
I did not.
On Mindy's body, there was a hair found, do you recall?
Did not.
Okay. What about wipes at the, there was a lot of wipes at the scene?
Yes, I do recall the wipes.
Okay. Did you have any DNA testing performed on the wipes?
Once again, those were submitted by our crime scene specialist and processed through the lab, but I understand they were not tested.
And you never requested that they be tested, correct?
Yes, I requested they all be tested.
Oh, you requested they all be tested?
I requested everything tested, yes.
But those wipes were not tested?
Those wipes were not tested.
Okay. The cigarette pack
Yes, sir.
that's found on that hunting road there, what testing did you perform on that cigarette, or have performed on that cigarette pack?
Once again, I don't do the testing, nor did I collect that evidence. I recall that it was collected and preserved, and was actually transported to the lab for testing, but there were no tests conducted.
You mentioned, I believe, in your direct today, that fingernail clippings were taken from Mindi Kassotis, correct?
That's correct.
And why, again, do you collect those fingernail clippings?
If there was some physical scraping of DNA to be able to determine.
Do you know if there were any tests ever performed on those fingernail clippings for DNA?
That would be a question for the medical examiner. I don't recall right off the top of my head whether they did or not.
Have you seen any results of testing from her fingernail clippings?
I have not.
Do you think anyone knows this case better than you?
There's a lot of people that's it. I know a lot about it, but I probably forgot more than some people know.
Okay. One of the, I call them tubs. One of the tubs found at the scene was a husky tub, correct?
That's correct.
Did you do any searching of stores in the Savannah area that sold that same husky tub?
I did not.
The other tub, I believe, is a Sterilite brand tub, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you do any searching for sales of Sterilite tubs in the Savannah area?
Are you asking specific me or the team?
Let's say the team.
Yes, they did.
Okay. One of the things that you heard in the interview with my client is that he had a mosquito issue in that home in Savannah, correct?
I did.
And that he had cut out some screen to try to stop the mosquitoes from coming into the house, correct?
He told me that, yes.
Yeah. And were you there when that house in Savannah was searched?
I wasn't there initially. I arrived later. I was doing some interviews and actually came over and assisted in the blacking out of the house. So I was there, yes, sir.
Remind me again when that house was searched.
It would have been in May, early May of 2023.
Before or after the interview with Mr. Kassotis?
That would have been before.
And when Mr. Kassotis had told you during the interview that he had cut some screen because of mosquito issues, did you go back to the house again to see if that screen was present?
I did not.
Did you find any evidence that there was life insurance on Mindi Kassotis?
I did not.
Let's talk about the pumping station and the camera at the pumping station.
Okay.
Were you the one that went to look at the DVR at the pumping station?
Yes, sir. I actually was there. It was retrieved off the wall and handed to me.
Okay. The DVR is the digital video recorder, correct?
That's correct.
That stores the images that are captured by the camera at the pumping station, correct?
That's correct.
The camera at the pumping station captures images based on motion, right?
There are multiple cameras there, and I know that some were motion activated and some were fixed.
The camera from which we saw video and still photos today, was that a motion activated camera?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And you showed today clips of a Ford Explorer similar to my client's Ford Explorer captured by that camera, correct?
That's correct.
That camera captured other images as well during that, let's say that 27th through 29th period, correct?
Yes, sir, it did.
Do you know how many other images were captured of vehicles?
I do not.
Did you look at all those images that were captured of vehicles?
I would not say all. I looked at a lot of those images, yes, sir, for hours.
For hours?
Yes.
I mean, you can't give me more than 100 since it took you hours?
As far as vehicles and defining vehicles, there was a lot of motion activation that was just either trees moving, times of rain, wildlife, different things, and in addition, vehicles like log trucks and other things that came through. But as far as the number of vehicles, I can't sit here and tell you a number of vehicles,
But there were a number of vehicles that passed and activated that motion camera, correct?
oh yes, it's an active road, yes, sir.
And not all of them were logging vehicles, correct?
That's correct.
And what did you do about the images of those other vehicles? Did you take any action to try to find owners of those vehicles, to try to track those vehicles down on other cameras?
No, sir, I did not.
Back to the interrogation briefly. My client, Mr. Kassotis, told you about the financial issues, vandalism, issues with their accounts, back when they lived in Virginia in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
And he told you that he made an FBI report on that, correct?
He did.
Did you ever find an FBI report on that?
No, we reached out and with the analyst, with our analyst, as well as the FBI analyst, and no report was located.
So if somebody would have told my client that he was with the FBI and he took a report, that couldn't be accurate, correct? The FBI has no record of anything.
There's no record of a report.
Okay. You said that you checked the Medicaid rolls for Mindi Kassotis.
That's correct.
Which Medicaid rolls did you check? What states?
Georgia.
Did you check Virginia?
We did not.
South Carolina?
We did not.
During the interview, Mr. Kassotis told you that he had, I think, gone to Target and picked up a security camera to put into his home in Savannah, right?
Yes, sir, he did.
And he did that after he told you that Wayne, his father Wayne, had come to the house.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Did you do any investigation to try to secure that camera,
As far as me or the team specifically?
the team specifically?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the result of that?
We looked for the camera in the area of there, and the records were attempted to be located.
You looked for the camera, when you say in the area,
In the
like,
house, in the residence,
in the
it's still
Airbnb.
there. It was searched for in Pennsylvania, and it was searched, the records were searched for at Target.
when you say the records, let's try to break it up because I just want to be clear.
Okay?
You searched for a physical security camera at the Airbnb in Savannah,
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
And you did not find one.
That's correct.
When was the search conducted?
And that search was conducted prior to his arrest,
Approximately when?
which the date would have been,
Give me the month and the year, please.
the month, that would have been May of 2023,
And when did Mr. Kassotis vacate the Airbnb?
December of 22.
Okay, so 6 months later, the camera wasn't there, correct?
That's correct.
Jim McIntyre, you say that your team conducted a search for Jim McIntyre,
Yes, that's correct.
and you found a number of Jim McIntyres across the country.
That's correct.
The one you chose to interview, if I heard you correctly, you interviewed a Savannah Jim McIntyre.
Yes, may I explain why?
Go ahead.
Because he appeared in the area at St. Joseph's Hospital when the defendant walked out. So he would have had to have been close by in the area, so that's why we picked him.
He appeared in, explain that again, I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand you.
According to Mr. Kassotis during the interview, is that Jim just appeared as he ran out of the house and he went to the parking lot at St. Joseph's Hospital where security was. Well, in order for him to appear there out of nowhere just to help, he would had to have been in the Savannah area.
Oh, so can you only be in the Savannah area if you reside in Savannah?
Well, and he told me the low country area as well.
But again, can you only, I mean, I'm in Savannah right now, but I'm not a resident of Savannah.
He was at that time, yes.
I'm sorry?
He was saying he was there at that time.
He was there at that time.
That's correct.
But does that mean he's a resident of Savannah?
No,
Okay. He could have been at a hotel,
that's correct.
motel,
Yep,
Airbnb?
yep.
Okay. And you said that you also, I think you also said, and correct me if I heard this wrong, you visited that Jim McIntyre because he happened to be located near the law firm where Betsy Mebane worked, correct?
That's correct. It's downtown Savannah.
Okay. But the less convenient Jim McIntyres scattered about the country, you didn't try to visit any of those, correct?
That's correct.
And I'm sorry that this is kind of random, but baby clothing purchases that you testified to, you checked his bank statements, credit cards for baby clothing purchases, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't see any there.
No.
Did you check his Amazon account?
We did not.
Did you attempt to do that, subpoena Amazon?
I did not, but that would be a question for Investigator Frost. I don't recall anybody doing that.
You mentioned that when you went looking for houses that matched the description, I guess, that Mr. Kassotis gave you for where he went when he was dropping off their goods out in the country, that you went up and down the hunting roads and there were no houses that matched that description, right?
That's correct.
But there are not very many houses on hunting roads in particular, right?
And specifically that the Barrington Ferry and Jones Road, there are no houses.
But the graphic, the presentation that we heard from Agent Bernie from the FBI, it showed a really broad swath of coverage for each of those towers, right?
That's correct.
So did you cover all of those areas or just that area specifically near where the Mindi's body was found?
In the coverage area or the imprint, basically where the coloration where Agent Bernie testified, I don't usually like to refer to what someone else testified to, but you
were here.
mentioned that graph, I would say we did by helicopter, pretty much the area of that graph, we covered looking for residences and places and areas and other things. That area, specifically, I remember the yellow one, if you want to refer back to the slide, the yellow one, we covered that area of the cell phone coverage.
That yellow one was a tighter area, if I recall.
Yes, sir.
More than
It's
the
the
others.
smaller of the areas, yes.
What about the broader areas covered by the other cell towers?
No, we did not cover that whole area, no, sir.
Yeah, I realize it would be a massive undertaking, but I'm
Yes.
just curious if you had done that.
No, sir.
I believe you said that, was it the Pennsylvania State Troopers that looked in the Ford Explorer for you?
That's correct.
And they did not find the Milwaukee knife?
That's correct.
Did they find the deer cleaning kit that was purchased from Bass Pro Shop?
They did not.
Do you know what they found in there in general? In
No,
those-
sir.
okay,
Well, they sent photographs, but you have those photographs as well, so.
I do. You don't know where Mindi Kassotis was killed.
I do not.
You don't know where Mindi Kassotis was dismembered.
I do not.
You don't have a murder weapon.
I do not.
Okay. I have no more questions. Thank you.
Thank
Oh,
you.
wait, I'm sorry, let me just speak to my client. One last question, or set of questions.
Okay.
Frank Mebane IV.
Yes, sir.
Your team spoke to him twice, correct?
That's correct.
When did you initially speak to him?
As far as the team or me.
The team.
Okay.
Thank you. No, thank you for clarifying I don't want to be vague.
I know early on in the investigation, Detective Frost spoke with him. And then it followed up with other interviews, agents from our office, and then I actually had talked to him as well.
When did you speak to him?
It was after the preliminary hearing, much later.
When Detective Frost spoke to Frank, I'll just call him Frank the Fourth, spoke to Frank the Fourth in December. Do you recall, well, what did you learn about that discussion that he had with Frank the Fourth?
Objection, Your Honor. He's asking him to
testify about another witness's conversation with a third party.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Do you know Frank the Fourth's background?
I do.
What's his background?
He's a police officer.
And how long has he been a police officer?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. But he remains a police officer to this day, correct? As
I
far as
don't-
you know?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, counsel?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any redirect?
Just briefly. You heard Mr. Weinstein ask you if you had checked for records in Georgia, South Carolina, and Virginia pertaining to the Medicare records, or Medicare, or Medicaid, my apologies. Did you do that? You
Yes.
said Georgia, correct?
Yes, Georgia.
Why did you only look in Georgia?
My understanding is they were linked, so it would have picked up other states.
Were you looking for a specific time period as well?
Yes, during the interview, he specifically said, in December, during the pregnancy, that the doctor had visited a home and that they were indigent and needed to use Medicare or Medicaid and had no funds to pay, so that would have been the time frame we were looking at.
Did you also check with any of the pharmacies?
Yes, we did.
Who did you check with?
There's a CVS pharmacy that Detective Frost got records for,
Okay. Why did you check with CVS?
because we had those bank records indicating the pharmacy.
Okay. And specifically, were there any records concerning her having medical health conditions?
There was a prescription that was mentioned of that was a telehealth visit.
Okay.
Um,
Any doctors concerning pregnancy?
No,
Any medical medications for pregnancy?
no,
Prenatal vitamins?
no.
Anything that you found for doctors other than that one thing that you're referring to?
No,
And do you know if there was ever a camera inside of 311 East 65th Street when Nicholas Kassotis resided there?
I do not.
You heard and were present for his interview, correct?
That's correct.
And during the course of that interview, I believe he indicated that it didn't record, correct?
That's correct.
So what did you expect to find on the camera other than potentially finding it present?
Nothing.
But it wasn't there when you looked anyway.
It wasn't there.
You indicated you didn't find a deer processing kit, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall when he purchased that in relation to when her body was discovered?
He purchased the kit on the 28th of November.
And when was her first portion of her remains recovered?
It would have been Friday, December 2nd
And
of 2022.
thank you. And when was the Home Depot knife purchased?
On November the 29th of 2022.
And the mapping of his motor vehicle's VIN number and the phone device, when did that occur, going down into Riceboro? What date?
It showed November the 29th of 2022.
Did you recover any power tools at the scene?
We did not.
Did you look?
Yes.
And what about at the residence? Did you look for any blood on any of the tools that you observed there at 311 East 65th Street?
Agent Dickerson did.
Did you find any?
We did not.
Your Honor, I just would like to mention there was one exhibit as well. I don't know that I tendered this, but I wanted to make sure I was showing the council 1.112 with respect to the Delaware license. I don't know that I tendered it. I wanted to make sure that I did.
And there's no objection.
No, I'm sorry.
It's admitted.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Power tools. You said you found no power tools at the 311 East 65th Street address.
No, sir, I didn't. So I said it, she said at the scene, and I said
Oh,
not
at the scene. No power tools at the scene.
That's correct.
The power tools at the address, they didn't have any blood on them, correct?
That's correct.
When y'all learned from the GBI's labs, that there were false starts that may have been done by power tools, did you go out and search for any power tool purchases connected to Mr. Kassotis?
And that's another question for Detective Frost.
Are you aware of any power tools purchased by Mr. Kassotis?
No.
Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Agent Sands. You can step down. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that completes today's testimony. Again, I caution you by the court's previous instructions trial. I'll excuse him and ask you back tomorrow morning at 8:45. We'll get back.
Did she say she doesn't? Oh, I can't speak right now. Because if she didn't, did she and I missed it? Because if she didn't, in the morning, she's gonna say prosecution rests, and then
All right, we are adjourned until tomorrow morning. If I could see counsel at the bench before we leave.
in the morning she's gonna say prosecution rests, and then he's gonna make a motion for JOA, and then so the jury's gonna come in, she's gonna say prosecution rests, and then he's gonna make a motion for JOA, and then they're gonna make the jury go out again. I hate when they do that, because the jury doesn't understand what's going on. I hate when they do that. See, if she just said prosecution rests now, he could do JOA in the morning, and then jury would not even know anything. They wouldn't be in and out, in and out. But I think in this case, I know it's like just a formality, but in this case, I think it would be stupid to make a JOA. Absolutely retarded to make a JOA. But I think his case is going to be Jim McIntyre. I think he's going to get up there and try to say Jim McIntyre was a real person. I mean, but he did admit in opening that his client was a liar. Here, okay, so I watched Law and Lumber. I usually don't watch, this chair doesn't want to roll. I usually don't watch Law and Lumber because it's on so late on Friday nights, and it went even later than usual this Friday because of this case, because everybody was like, no, you got to watch more, you got to watch this, you got to watch that, keep going, Rob, keep going. And so I didn't watch it, and then Judy texted me on Saturday, and she's like, you got to watch Friday Night Frenzy. It was mostly about this case, and Rob and Ian's reactions are worth it. So it was Law and Lumber and Runkle of the Bailey, Ian Runkle. He's a Canadian lawyer. So Law and Lumber and Ian Runkle, they get together on Friday nights and they go over the weekend law. 6.5 hours. It was so good. Why is my phone dictating everything I say? Jill, you might get all of this dictated. Anyway, so he was saying, number one, she deferred her opening statement. Rob said in his whole career, he has never seen a prosecuting attorney do that. Ever defer their opening statement. And I have never seen it, but I don't have the experience with law that Rob does. He's a family law attorney. And he pointed out in Weinstein's opening the reasons why Weinstein did not know that this was happening. Because what I didn't realize at the time when we heard it together,
it didn't really make that much sense because he thought he was going to be responding to the prosecution's opening. Because if you remember, he got up there and kept saying, yes, my client lied, as if he was responding to what the prosecution just stood up there and talked about. But she had not got up there and said anything. And he kept saying, my client lied. My client lied about a lot of things. Yes, my client is a liar. And we had no idea what he was talking about. But then he went on to talk about Jim McIntyre. And Jim McIntyre was telling them to do this and telling them to do that. So I'm kind of at a loss as to what the defense's theory of the crime is. What kind of witnesses are they going to put on? Do they think Jim McIntyre is a real person? What did he lie about specifically in their defense theory? Was Jim McIntyre a lie, or was Jim McIntyre a real person? Because if you really stop and think about it, since he wasn't responding to anything in his opening, I'm not clear on what the lies he told were about. After knowing the case and knowing I know what he lied about, but I don't know what Weinstein was saying he lied about. Because I don't think Weinstein was admitting that he lied about everything he lied about. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if I'm making myself clear, but I'm just really anxious. I want to see the defense. Like, I'm really anxious to see what Weinstein is going to say, what were lies and what weren't lies, but that we know were lies, you know? Because he never, ever confessed. Even the pregnancy. Like, he kept saying, no, sir, she was pregnant. And they kept saying, no, she wasn't pregnant. Yes, sir, she was pregnant. He wouldn't even admit that she wasn't pregnant. So what is Weinstein saying he lied about? Because he wasn't responding to an opening from the prosecution. So I am so anxious to understand what Weinstein was talking about. I missed it too. I don't know. I heard this morning she told the judge that they were resting at the end of today. But I did not hear her say it. So I don't know if she's going to say it in the morning. That's what I was saying. If she says it, like if they bring the jury in and then she says, Your Honor, the prosecution rests, and then Weinstein decides to do a JOA, then they're going to send the jury out so he can make his JOA. But I don't see how he can make a JOA because a judgment of acquittal is if the state hasn't proven their case. And usually they do it anyway as just a formality, kind of like just because, just in case. And it's never, rarely, I shouldn't say never, rarely granted. Okay, she didn't say it out loud. Okay, I didn't think I heard her say it. All right, I didn't miss it. But, you know, I miss stuff sometimes, especially when I'm doing stuff with the dogs or whatever. So I thought maybe I just missed it. Okay, so that means she's going to come in the morning. They're going to bring the jury in. I hate when they do that because the jury doesn't understand what's going on. Although I think Weinstein would be stupid to do a JOA. However, like I said, usually it's a formality and they just do it. But and I'm very interested because Weinstein got up there and like, yes, my client's a liar. Like, that was almost the first things out of his mouth was, yes, my client lied. And we don't even know the case yet because the prosecution deferred her opening statement. So it's just, and I didn't even think about that. I think I was so excited that it was a new case. Cause I really do, you guys. I know I'm warped. I have major depressive disorder, and I get depressed. Not like super depressed, but I do get a teeny tiny bit of depression when we stop in one trial and there's not another one that starts right away. I kind of get like, oh, I don't have anything to do. I'm so bored. What are we going to do next? And then when I find a trial, I get really excited. I'm like, yay, we have another trial to do. And so I think I was just so excited that I found a new trial to do. And I was not really paying attention that his opening statement didn't make much sense. And then we got going really well, and it was just ridiculous and bizarre. And it didn't even bother me that the opening statement, because when she got up, her opening statement was like, oh my God. And so Weinstein's didn't even bother me that it didn't like really make a lot of sense. And then when I watched Friday Night Frenzy, and then Rob pointed out the things in his opening that didn't make sense because he wasn't responding like he wrote his opening as if he was responding because he kind of knew what she was going to say, but she hadn't said it yet. So he was writing in response to what he expected her to say. So it didn't really make sense because we didn't know the facts of the case yet. So I need to know what he thinks his client lied about and the lies that he's going to say were not lies. Like, I want to know, is he going to say Jim McIntyre's a real person? I can't wait for this defense. I want to know what Weinstein's going to say were lies and what Weinstein is going to say were not lies. And the thing about the short story, I didn't know that was a real story. I thought that was made up, but apparently not. Because if he got $300,000 from Sony, that's real. Which I'm floored. Because this story is so obviously BS. But he wrote a fiction story that Sony paid him $300,000 to do a screenplay? To turn into a screenplay? Well, that's in the garbage now because there's no way Sony's gonna do that. Not after he goes to prison. This is the most bizarre case. I cannot believe this is real. I mean, I know it's real, but it's crazy. This whole thing is crazy. Absolutely bonkers. Oh my gosh. Insane. Absolute insanity. Crazy. So I'm really excited for tomorrow. I hope. Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, he's got his closest friends up there testifying against him. So I hope it's not a bunch of BS experts up there. I don't know what experts they get up there. Do you guys think he's going to testify? Do you think he'll testify in his own defense? I mean, if he does, can we believe a word he says is the thing, though, right? Because he certainly kept lying in his interrogation. You know, he kept trying to stick with his story of she's pregnant and she died in the hospital or doctor's clinic or whatever, and Jim McIntyre, blah, blah, blah. So, who knows if he does get on the stand, if he's even telling the truth. I don't know. This is a weird one, y'all. This is one for the books, I'm telling you. Man. Okay, guys. Thanks for coming out. This has been fun. I feel so bad for her family, though. Ask questions, people. I've always thought I was a very nosy person because I ask questions. Question. In nursing school, in LPN school, I was 21, 22. I was very young. And I remember we had a teacher. She filled a blackboard full of question marks. Full. The entire blackboard. Because she said, doctors are not infallible. You question their orders. Because if you carry out one of their orders and it's wrong, you get in trouble too. So you question. And I guess I live my life that way now. I question everything. Question. And so I ask questions. I don't know if it's the nurse in me or that's my nature, but I question everything. I ask a bazillion questions. I drive people crazy with my questions. So, yes, exactly. Trust but verify. I ask questions like crazy. And I don't know why these people didn't ask any questions. And, oh, Judy asked a question at the very beginning of the stream. Where'd it go? Right there. He was writing that story or screenplay or whatever. And the reason they weren't allowed to look at it, see, my guess was he was talking to Samantha. I think he was writing that story or screenplay or whatever. My mother-in-law is trying to kill me, and Betsy was the name of the character, which is his real mother-in-law's name. That's why he didn't want them to look at the laptop. Man, ask questions, people. Ask questions. Don't be embarrassed. Don't be afraid to ask questions. It could save your life. Oh, yeah. Let me see. Where can I get the totes and the knives and the deer dressing kit? And Chanel for my next wife. It's not funny, guys. This is, and on Friday Night Frenzy, they explain gallows humor, which is the morbid humor that I have. I was like, I'm so glad they explained that. Because they say that lawyers have it as well. Because I was explaining to you guys that healthcare workers have a morbid sense of humor. Lawyers apparently have it too. Because if you don't laugh, you'll cry. And they did a very good job. Remember, I was trying to explain to you guys why that would never happen. You would not die from being unhooked from your monitors and a nurse leaving the room. And I tried to explain to you guys why that would never happen. And Ian and Rob explained it very well. Except Ian said EEG. And EEG is for your brain waves. And that would not be if you had high blood pressure. They wouldn't care about your brain waves. But he is correct that they have monitors. If you are that severely in need of monitoring 24/7, they have monitors that you do not have to be unhooked from to get out of bed. You carry those monitors with you. And they have monitoring stations at the nurse's station where you can be monitored 24/7. You don't have to be in the room with the patient. So yeah, it's a coping mechanism. Yeah. Because if you couldn't laugh at some of the more morbid, unhappy things, you'd be crying all the time. I mean, you have to turn some of the bad stuff into a joke, or you'd be miserable all the time. It's very hard to explain. Like, you have to experience to really understand it, I think. And I worry that people, I mean, I laugh because I can't help it. It's just part of my nature now. And I worry that people won't understand it, but I can't help it. It's just me. It's part of me now. Like, okay, I'll give you an example. I didn't actually see this. I was told about this after it had happened, but there's a virus called rotavirus, and I caught it. I caught it taking care of patients once. It is the worst stomach virus. Oh my God. I couldn't even stand up. I was going to go to the store to get something to help me because I was puking so bad. I mean, both ends. And I couldn't stand. If I stood up, I had to go puke. So I couldn't even go to the store to get medicine for myself. So, and it has a very distinct odor. So there was a nurse, she took a baby diaper and she put chocolate pudding in it. And she didn't tell anybody what it was. And she brought the diaper out to the nurse's station and she goes, "Look at this. Is this Rhoda? Looks like Rhoda. Smells like Rhoda. Tastes like Rhoda." It's chocolate pudding. So that's the kind of stuff that nurses do as jokes. There was another time, there's this baby in the pediatric intensive care unit, and his name was Donatello. And one of the nurses took a cardboard box and made a turtle shell out of it and turned him into a Ninja Turtle. They said he was really cute. So that's the guy. I'm sorry. That's how we keep ourselves entertained when we're in that atmosphere. And yes, it's inappropriate, but if we didn't, we would cry. So, and we're not doing any harm by doing it, that, God forbid. No, we're not doing any harm. It's playful, so, but, yeah, that's just how we cope. And, I'm in the privacy of my home right now. Really. And if anybody doesn't like it, they don't have to watch me. Maybe that's why I don't have enough subscribers. Okay, guys. Travis and I are going to Gainesville. We have to go by. Oh, I had an argument with my dog last night. I was on a live stream last night, and I'm like, my dog is mad at me. I am having an argument with a beagle. And somebody was like, well, Charlie Brown and Snoopy had arguments all the time. And Travis is like, well, this is on you. You did this. She was losing weight. Wait, so I started feeding her fresh pet. So, oh my God. How come this story is everywhere? Why is this everywhere? we had an Orangelo and a Lamangelo that were twins. Because their mom got pregnant during doing Jello shots. Lamangelo, I mean, it looks like orange Jello and lemon Jello, but it's Orangelo and Lamangelo, and I have heard this story from so many people. Why is this such a prevalent name? You would think only one person in the world would be, I was going to say dumb enough, but Orangelo. I cannot believe I've heard this story so many times. Okay. Orangelo. So Belle was losing weight, so I started feeding her Pet Fresh. And when she runs out now, she refuses to eat the regular dog food. She barks at me like crazy. So last night, I had to come in here, grab the empty bag out of the garbage can. I turned it upside down to show her it was empty. And then she started licking the floor. I'm like, it was empty. Nothing came out of it to hit the floor. You ate it all. It's gone. So we're going to go to Gainesville and have dinner and go to Publix and buy her some more Pet Fresh. Travis is like, this is your fault. She was losing weight because she didn't want to eat. I didn't know if it was something wrong with her teeth. Maybe the kibble was like too hard for her teeth. And I mean, she's old. I don't know what's going on with her. And she's sick. I didn't know. So I thought, well, let's try Fresh Pet. Maybe it's the food. Maybe it's... And then, two, Spike has started growling at her. I don't know. Like, I was wondering, I don't know if any of you guys know, she's got that mass and that tumor. I don't know if it's cancer or not, and we can't afford the testing, and she's 13 years old and anyway. I wonder, I don't know. I don't know enough about dogs, but I wonder if she smells different to Spike. No way. Are you serious? No way. That was his real name. But I don't know, like, if she does have something wrong with her, if Spike can smell it. I don't know. He started growling at her, and I think maybe she's not eating sheeted. Oh, jeez. Sheeted. Oh, that's insane. So I don't know if he's growling at her when she goes to eat, so she's not eating. So this food is all hers. So I don't know. Okay, well. Ooh, that looks good. I got autoplay on and it just switched to restaurants at Disney Springs. I'm hungry. Travis is in the shower. We're fixing to go eat somewhere. I don't know where. Somewhere with salads, because I gotta lose weight. Yesterday, good plan. Good plan. Yesterday, I had peanut butter toast for breakfast. I forgot to eat lunch and a hamburger for dinner. And I gained a pound. I don't know what to do. I'm stuck. I think my body just, I've lost, since my weight loss, I've lost 70 weight loss. Since my weight loss surgery, I've lost 70 pounds. I've lost 50 since I started dieting again. So, but the total is 70. The total weight loss is 100. Over 100. And I think my body is just like, okay, you've lost enough. This is where you're staying. I don't know why I can't lose anymore, but I'm stuck. And my doctor says a healthy weight is 190, and I'm 206. So I'm almost there. Although I want to be smaller than that. but I'm almost there. And I have a hernia that needs to be repaired, and he won't do it unless I'm under 200. And I've got 6 more pounds to go, and it won't leave. It's driving me insane. It's only 6 pounds, and I can't get it off. I don't know what else to do. But he says I need to be under 200. That will give it a better chance of not coming back. And I don't want it to come back. And the more weight I lose, the more it shows. Like, it shows in my clothes and stuff because it sticks out. So I have to be careful, like, what I wear. I have to make sure I wear stuff that, like, doesn't show it. And it's a pain in the butt. So. Okay, guys, I will see you guys in the morning at 8 o'clock for some more closing arguments, and then 9 o'clock for wackadoodle. Really wackadoodle. Oh, I hope he testifies. He's just gonna lie. Okay, guys. Be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Have a good evening. I will see you in the morning. Bye, guys. Love y'all.